All right, guys, welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the channel. Welcome if you are new here. Thank you guys so much for joining me today and for waiting patiently, as always, for the intro to finish up. I hope everybody is doing well on this Thursday. Yeah, we were sitting at 14 likes. We're at 25 now. But for a moment there, I'm like, come on, guys. Garrett, Harlem, PS Gamer, Ghetto God, Lady Gamer, Ray, Irfin, Chris, the Unknown. What's going on, guys? Yeah, we have quite a few different topics that we're going to be going over and discussing over the course of today's stream. I'll definitely be making up for yesterday's stream because yesterday I only came to the table with one topic and we didn't talk about it for very long. I thought I had a lot more to say about it. Turns out I didn't, but we got quite a few different things to go over today. And so, yeah, we will in a few minutes dive into those topics. I think I'm also going to bring up the Battlefield 6 trailer at some point, although I don't know that I'll be able to play the audio because I did watch it and it does play music. And I've been having some issues with copyrights lately, so I'm going to have to tone it down a bit. The Bubster86 is asking, is anybody else's PS5 home screen freezing? Yeah, I heard, Terrence. Rest in peace, Hulk Hogan. Another legend, unfortunately passing away quite suddenly. I don't think I could call myself a Hulk Hogan fan. Not that I have anything against him. Certainly not. I'm very familiar with Hulk Hogan. But I've never really been into wrestling. I've never really followed Hulk Hogan that closely. But I've seen him in stuff. I mean, how could you not know who Hulk Hogan is, you know? Yeah, Ghetto God, the news just broke, apparently. At least this is what multiple people were saying in my chat. So rest in peace, Hulk Hogan. Yeah, I'm not sure, Schmidt. I'm not sure. Urban Commando. Chris Brown says, dude, my PlayStation 5 Dash was lagging yesterday. It was affecting my Death Stranding 2 performance. Really? Did you guys download the new PS5 update? Because we're going to be talking about that. That is one of the topics. Jerry Gamer says, every last generation's legends are leaving. Guess we're in the real next era. Yeah, it does kind of feel like that. It's very sad. It does feel like the closing of an era and the beginning of a new one. But Irfin, Kojima retweeted you? That's very cool, man. Yeah, that's a great feeling. Kojima's really cool like that. He's very cool. He has a lot of followers. I think he has like 3 million followers, if I'm not mistaken. Very cool. Very cool. Yes, I enjoyed it, Chris. I enjoyed it. So let me give you guys a quick rundown of the topics that we're going to be talking about today. We're going to be discussing the new PS5 update, but more importantly, in regards to this update, how it seems to confirm some earlier rumors that we got about an upcoming PlayStation handheld. And it's interesting because the person who was leaking information about this PlayStation handheld or giving us info on it was saying that this was one of the updates that Sony was planning for the PS5. And turns out they were correct. So we're going to talk about that. We're going to discuss once again the implications of a new PlayStation handheld that can play PS5 games natively. We're also going to be talking about how Sony has made an investment in the publisher of Elden Ring, very well-known publisher, Bandai Namco. And this is yet another investment that Sony's making into, it has to do with more than just video games. But as we know, Bandai Namco, they publish Elden Ring, they publish Dark Souls, and Sony just seems to be continually involved with these companies. So we will talk about that. We're going to be talking about Death Stranding 2 sales. We have news on that. We're going to be talking about this new report from um, Alinea Analytics that basically seems to be letting us know that Forza Horizon 5 is the best selling new game on PlayStation 5 in 2025. And I want to talk about the implications of that. Um, and finally, we have maybe two bonus topics. One that is apparently another report about more Xbox games coming to both PS5 and the Switch 2, and how the Nintendo Switch 2 is selling. So hopefully, if all goes according to plan, we will be able to cover all of these topics today in depth. Yeah, I came across that video as well, Tarnished. I might have to check it out. For some reason, I didn't click on it and watch it, but I've seen it pop up multiple times. The next time it pops up, I'm sure it will again. I'll check it out. But guys, before we dive into the topics and dive into these discussions, I want to ask you to please take a moment and hit that like button. If you enjoy the streams, if you enjoy the content, or if you just enjoy the community in general, take a moment, hit that like button. It helps more than you know. It really helps with YouTube's algorithm, and it helps push the streams out there in front of new viewers. So let's see if we can get that up to 50 likes. I also want to let you guys know a couple of ways you can support the channel and support the content and the community directly. We are completely fan funded. We don't do sponsorships. You can become a channel member. If you become a channel member, you gain access to exclusive perks. We just did an extensive members lounge yesterday. It was 2 hours long. It was a very deep one, very different conversations than what we normally have here on the regular streams. We also did a gameplay members only stream for Astrobot this week as well. So if you want to become a member, gain access to that. If you want to gift memberships, that's another way you can support the channel. If you get gifted a membership, be sure to take advantage of it and go check out that members content. You can also drop a super chat or a direct donation. The link for the direct donation is at the top of the chat. Just want to thank everybody who does support the channel, because this simply would not be possible without that level of support. So big shout out to those community members. But let's start with the PS5 update. Sony has announced that the next PS5 system software update will bring two major features, one of which will be available today. As previously announced, players will now be able to pair their DualSense controllers to multiple devices at once. And so this was a pretty significant feature that a lot of people are actually very happy to be seeing implemented for the DualSense. You will now be able to pair it to multiple devices at one time. You don't have to keep pairing it back and forth. So it's a really nice, I would say, quality of life update for the DualSense there. But the second update says here, as for the second major feature, Sony has said that in the near future, it will be activating a new setting called Power Saver. This feature will allow supported PS5 games to scale back performance and reduce the PS5's power consumption. Power Saver is an entirely optional feature that requires developer support, as well as manually enabling it by the players. In other words, not all games will support Power Saver mode, because it will disable VR and limit some gameplay features. It does say here, however, those who aren't fussed about performance being scaled back in certain games will be able to reduce their PS5's power consumption when playing said games. But you see, this update here actually holds quite a bit of significance, because this confirmation from Sony of this power saving mode seems to confirm that they are going to be rolling out a new handheld in the next couple of years. Because there's a follow-up report here where they say Sony has officially confirmed one major aspect of the ongoing PlayStation handheld rumors, lending credence to those reports. Back in April and then in June, two separate insiders claimed that the upcoming PS6 family handheld will be able to run PS5 games via a, quote, low power and lower bandwidth mode of sorts. Well, today Sony confirmed that that mode is indeed coming. In April, known AMD leaker Kepler L2 said that the handheld's performance is expected to be somewhere between the Xbox Series S and the PS5. and it will be able to run current generation games with lower resolutions and lower frame rates due to lower memory bandwidth. Last month, another known leaker, Moore's Law is Dead, on YouTube claimed that the PS5 and PS5 Pro will be getting a low power mode that would enable the consoles to draw less power and lower energy consumption while running games. Moore's Law is Dead speculated that this mode is a precursor to the rumored handheld. So, yeah, very interesting stuff here going on with the rumored PlayStation handheld. We have Michael Lynch with a $5 super chat, and he says, I'm at a restaurant eating huevos rancheros. I don't know if I said that correctly. Delicious. The Battlefield 6 trailer was awesome. Well, Michael, it sounds like you're enjoying yourself, and I'm glad I could accompany you while you're enjoying your I guess it would be lunch. I don't know what time it is where you're at, but I'm just glad to be there with you, man. And yeah, the Battlefield 6 trailer, we're going to watch it later on. I did watch it already. It looks good. I mean, obviously, it's a cinematic trailer, so they're going to be doing the multiplayer reveal, I think they said on July 31st, but it's looking promising. Very much getting Modern Warfare 2 vibes, like 2009 Modern Warfare 2 vibes from it. Michael Werneth in the chat says, I'm deciding if I should get ready or not. Any opinions here? I haven't played it yet, Michael, and I don't know if I'm going to. I know that there's some people in the community that have played it, so I can't really tell you either way whether you should pull the trigger on it or not. But maybe a couple of community members in the chat. Got to work out harder now, Ryan. Yeah. I also have over on the Gaming Leaks and Rumors subreddit, PS5 firmware beta adds long rumored low power mode, potentially validating Moore's Law is Dead's handheld speculation. From Sony, you can now turn on the power saver for supported PS5 games. When using power saver, you can scale back performance as needed to reduce power consumption. You can adjust this in the settings under System, under Power Saving, and click Use Power Saver. You can turn this on or off for each supported game. When Power Saver is on and a game supporting Power Saver is active, an icon appears next to the game in Switcher in the control center. According to Moore's Law is Dead, this mode does the following in potential preparation for making PS5 games compatible with the upcoming future handheld. It limits the CPU usage to 8 threads. It cuts 3D audio processing power to 75%, clocks down GDDR6 memory to half speed, reduces core CPU and GPU clocks by about 10 to 20%, sets GPU to the minimum frequency needed for compatibility, limits the console to 36 compute units, and no PSSR or PlayStation Spectral Super Resolution or VR support is enabled in this mode. So, yeah, guys, I don't think anybody necessarily didn't believe that Sony was making a new handheld, but this pretty much confirms that it is coming to market, that it is on the horizon. I don't think it confirms that it's coming next year or even in 2027. It's probably still multiple years away, but it's something that Sony is clearly preparing for. And I think one of the reasons why they're putting out this low power mode right now is because it is completely optional. That's the important part here. Developers are not required to support this low powered mode with their game, but if they want to, they can. And if they do this, it will likely mean that their game should be playable or will be playable natively on this upcoming handheld. Give me one moment, guys. Sorry about that. I'm probably going to have to get up again. Luna's giving me a hard time. But that's what I find so interesting about this rollout of the low power mode is Sony is making it clear that you have to turn it on in your settings and it's on a game by game basis. So you have to enable it for each game if you want to take advantage of it. They don't really tell you why they're doing this. They don't really explain it. They're just saying here it is. And it will be something that developers have to patch for their games, or with games that are currently in development, they will have to take it into account. And we have Omen86 making his presence known in the chat. He begins by dropping one membership gift onto the community. Niobe Gaming receives that membership gift. Omen, thank you so much, man.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you for getting what will hopefully end up being another member train started today. You guys know the deal. If we end up hitting 25 members, we will give Boss some of his treats. If we hit 50 members, we will do some reps at the end of the stream. Okay? Oh, it's all good, James. It's all good. Garrett says, I get the use of this for the Portal, but why would anyone use this for the PS5? Well, Garrett, the way I understand this is essentially Sony wants to have a handheld, a PlayStation handheld that will be able to play PS5 and maybe even some cross-gen PS6 games natively. And I think the way Sony is going about it is, well, if we can offer this low power mode, that's what they're calling it. Although at some point they might end up changing the name if this is in fact meant to support the PlayStation handheld that's coming up. They could change the name when the handheld comes out to portable mode, something like that, right? It seems like they have this solution where if the developers, it will require some extra development. That's what's interesting about this. Enabling this low power mode, I don't think it's clear that developers can't just flip a switch. That's important to understand. I don't know how difficult it would be, but basically this low power mode would require the developers to scale down their games to the minimum requirement for this mode to be enabled. In other words, if we, let's say, are looking at a release year of 2028 for this PlayStation handheld, by that point, we could maybe see something like Spider-Man 3 coming out. Insomniac will announce that this game has a low power mode or a portable mode. And so if you highlight that game, I guess if you boot up your PlayStation 5, if you highlight that game and if you turn on the low power mode, or I guess you could, if you had the PlayStation handheld, you could probably do it right from the handheld. You just highlight your game, assuming you bought it digitally, click enable low power mode, and then boom, it's automatically scaled down to be able to run on that hardware because Insomniac took the extra time to optimize it and scale it down to be able to meet the specs that handheld is offering. And I think honestly, this is a really smart move by Sony. Hold on. I just had to open the door. Luna's being crazy. I think this is a really smart move by Sony because the only other option here would be to mandate developers to make their games compatible with this upcoming handheld PlayStation Portable. And that would have been a huge mistake because if Sony did it that way, we're looking at an Xbox Series S situation for the PlayStation 6 and even the PS5 Pro. And we don't want that, right? We don't want that situation. I think at this point in time, everybody kind of agrees that the Series S, I don't want to say was a mistake. I mean, some people certainly see it as a mistake, but it just maybe complicated things a little too much. And that's the problem that Microsoft ran into, is that there is a parity mandate where if you want to release a video game on the Xbox Series X, you have to make sure it's running properly and at parity on the Series S. And they had to go out of their way to make an exception for Baldur's Gate 3. So the only problem from a marketing standpoint and even maybe a consumer standpoint that I could see arising with Sony's strategy and how they want to utilize this low power mode for the upcoming handheld is how many games are going to lack that compatibility. How many developers are going to not offer a low power mode / a portable mode for their games? And that could be a big determining factor in the uptake of this PlayStation handheld. Because, it's not a guarantee, right? You buy this handheld, you're going to probably have to look at a list of games that will be supported. Um, the solution for games that are not supported very likely will be exactly what we see with the PlayStation Portal right now, which is you will still be able to stream them, which is nice. Like that's still a nice option to have there. But if you're going to pay as much money as this handheld's probably going to cost, you're going to want to do so knowing that there's a healthy amount of games that will be playable. Yeah, they could offer a cloud option as well. Absolutely. That's something that Sony, I think, is already doing with the PlayStation Portal through PlayStation Plus. They've been working on that. They've been expanding that. So I assume that by the time this more native PlayStation handheld comes out, they'll have expanded it quite a bit. The Vita was years ahead of its time. Yeah, it really was. I think the Vita was a situation where Sony, they wanted to support it like its own console, but they realized that they just simply don't have the resources to do that. Like it turns out we can't divide our studios in half and have half of them making Vita exclusives and the other PS4 exclusives because the PS4 was selling so well. It's like we got to continue to support the PS4. That's the priority. And that's what I find interesting about this solution for the upcoming PlayStation handheld. Tarnished, I will let you know that I have the option clicked. The box. I click it. It should show the chat afterwards. I have that clicked. So if it's not happening or it's not showing up, that's definitely on YouTube's end. I explicitly always make sure to click that because I know a lot of people can't catch the streams live, but want to be, part of the chat. Yeah, Digital Dude, we talked about that. Rest in peace to Hulk Hogan. Very sad news. More sad news. Very unfortunate. MSI PlayStation Portable. Well, this portable PlayStation that's in development is in-house. So my question in regards to the timing of this PlayStation Portable is if it's true that Sony's going to push the PlayStation 6 back to 2029, does that mean the portable handheld will be pushed further back as well? Could it come out before the PS6? I'm almost wondering if this is another reason maybe why they decided to potentially, if the rumors are to be believed, they push the PlayStation 6 back to 2029 because they're like, this handheld PlayStation is going to be focused more so on playing PS5 games, not next gen PS6 games. Right? I don't know. Maybe they could have just decided maybe in 2027 we'll release that PlayStation Portable instead. And that'll maybe be the last major hardware release for the PS5 family of consoles. Although every rumor we've heard about this handheld so far, every rumor we've heard seems to indicate that this is going to be a device that will sit alongside the PlayStation 6 family of devices. So, not so sure about that one. Oh man, Digital Dude. He's back with the chaos. Chris says, if anyone still owns a Vita, I recommend you mod it. Takes 15 minutes without a PC. Well, the thing obviously there's many interesting aspects to the upcoming PlayStation handheld. What's it going to look like? How expensive will it be? How will games perform on it? It's worth noting that the leaks we've heard so far is that this portable PlayStation is going to sit in between an Xbox Series S and a PlayStation 5. So it sounds like it's going to be relatively capable, but it obviously won't be as powerful as a PlayStation 5. And we have a direct donation from Rich Rod. Thank you for the $2, Rich. He says, Bandai Namco, now show some respect and never release games on Xbox. Make barf face blank and bottom receiver blank lose games since they are disgusting. Rich Rod, it's a bit early, wouldn't you say? Wouldn't you say, Rich Rod? It's a bit early. It's a little early. It's never too early for Rich. I appreciate the support, Rich. We're going to need 5 membership gifts. Rich Rod taxes in full effect. 5 member gifts coming up. Digital Dude, I remember that. That was actually so funny, man. That was so funny. That's one of the funniest clips. Like, I don't watch wrestling, but I see these wrestling clips. That was one of the funniest ones I've ever seen. Yeah, he's quoting somebody. He's quoting, it was a Booker T. That was so funny, man. Definitely can't play that clip on the channel, though. But yeah, PlayStation handheld pretty much confirmed today. At least a portion of it confirmed by Sony themselves with this low power mode. I want to point out one other thing, and it's that Sony did not necessarily give an explanation, from what I can tell, as to why they decided to do this low power mode. Let me double check. So I'm on the PlayStation blog. On the horizon, power saver for games. Okay, so they do say here at Sony Interactive Entertainment, we are committed to Sony's Road to Zero environmental plan, launched in 2010, which includes achieving net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2040. We are always exploring how we can contribute to these goals through our products and services. Interesting. So, okay, is it possible? And I'm curious what you guys think about this. Is it possible that this is the only reason they're introducing this low power mode? It's because they're committed to the Road to Zero environmental plan? Or do you think that right now it just makes sense to kind of say, like, this is why? This is why we're doing it. Has nothing to do with the handheld. Don't mind that. I mean, it is a good benefit, certainly, but it just seems like a pretty decent amount of effort and work went into being able to add this configuration to the PS5. It seems like I just get the feeling that it's certainly not the only reason Sony would do it. Yeah, I'm in agreement, Garrett. I think this is more so for the handheld, but this is just a good way to kind of be like, oh, yeah, it's for the environment. Omen says, I want the PlayStation 6 to be 20 kilograms and suck the power net dry. More power. Pushing Polygon says, going green is somewhat of a follow the ball under the cup kind of scam. We have Lux with a super chat. Thank you for that, Lux. He says it won't have, but it should have its own exclusive games. Otherwise, most will wonder, what's the appeal, with the console experience being better? Yeah, I will say that Sony probably should have lower expectations for this handheld, because I think it has potential to sell relatively well. And when I say relatively, I'm talking relative to other premium handhelds that are on the market. We know the Steam Deck has sold, I think, like 4, maybe 5 million units, which there was much more demand for the Steam Deck than Valve had anticipated. But when it comes to these higher end, more premium handhelds, none of them have really taken off. And the only one that actually is going to take off, although I don't know you could call it high end or premium, would be the Nintendo Switch 2. But outside of that, I don't think any other handheld has really done like 20, 30, 40 million units, and I don't think they're going to. We know that the Vita sold like over 30 million units, and that was with some dedicated exclusives, and it was a premium handheld. Could this upcoming device, if it's going to be $500, $600, $700, do the same? No, especially without dedicated exclusives. I think Sony is aware of that. If they're not, they absolutely should be, because the appeal of this device, in my opinion, is going to be for the person who wants to have that native or dedicated handheld, not dedicated, I got to stop using the term dedicated, that native handheld experience for PlayStation alongside their console, or the person who maybe just doesn't want to buy a home console. Now, I don't know how many of those people exist. Like, I don't know how many people are going to be like, oh, I don't want the PlayStation 6 and I don't have a PS5. But that PlayStation handheld even though not the entire library is going to be playable on it natively. I like that. Pushing Polygon says, but MBG, according to Matt Piscatella today per WCCF article about Xbox, the industry is way past people switching platforms over exclusives. I didn't see that article. Maybe I could bring that up later on. I think we are at a point in the industry where giving people options and offering convenience is more of a priority than it ever has been. And that's a good thing. But I do think that some people jump the gun a little bit. And I think they kind of jump to this conclusion that, well, exclusives don't play any role in the industry anymore. And it's like, no, I think we can clearly see that's not 100% true. Exclusives in many different ways, even still today, play a role in the industry. But I don't think anybody can deny that we are at that point where, and I think this is one of the reasons why Sony wants to offer this handheld. We are at that point where it's like, yeah, we want to just have more viable options to get people on board, right? To just offer something to either get the current consumer that is on board with PlayStation to maybe, here's another thing that we can offer you, or maybe try to approach from an angle that, again, like, I don't know how many people are out there that are like, I don't want a PS6, I don't have a PS5, but I'll take that PlayStation handheld. I don't know. But you have to imagine some of them are out there, right? It's all good, Tarnished. I appreciate you hanging out for as long as you could. Yeah, this week has been a very interesting week. Kind of a sad week. And Michael Wernick comes in and drops the second single membership gift today. We seem to have a little single member train going. Michael, you know I appreciate it, buddy.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And that brings us up to 2 on the day. Yeah, and it serves as a good reminder that, guys, if you want to support the channel, you can always drop a single member gift. It does help. It does add up. So thank you for that. Yeah, I know more people are coming in mentioning Hulk Hogan. And Omen86 drops another single member gift. He wants to keep the single train going. Something tells me that Omen and Michael want to challenge the audience today. Can we get to 25 members through singles only? That's never happened before. I don't think it's going to happen. But Omen, thank you for that, man. I will add that to the goal. Oh, and here we go. I was waiting for it. I'm like, is Michael Wernick, another single gift? They're going back and forth now. It makes me wonder, are we about to see Omen and Michael literally going back and forth one membership at a time till we get to 25? And Omen drops another. You guys are crazy. We've reached a point where people are just finding different ways to try to dull out member gifts. How can we make it more interesting? You know, I appreciate it, guys. That does bring us up to 5, though. Hey, look, if somebody wants to fast track it, you could drop 20, gets us to 25 instantly. James says, thank you all for my membership, by the way. Guys, love the community. Oh, and Michael's throwing it off a little bit. He drops 5 memberships. He's like, we gotta expedite the process here. He drops 5 more memberships, bringing us up to 10. And then Hellbound comes in and says, hey, you know what? Why not? I'll throw in a single. Even you guys even got Hellbound to throw in a single. He never does singles. And that brings us up to 11, guys. So we got a little bit of a member train going here. Again, if you receive a member gift, I want to encourage you guys, go check out the members content. We just did a members lounge. We did members gameplay. We're going to have more members gameplay coming up. My goal, we'll see if it can happen. I don't want to make any promises, but my goal is to hopefully do some Death Stranding 2 gameplay for members next week, because I should be completing it very soon. We're going to be doing a spoiler cast In fact, if I'm able to do the spoiler cast next week, maybe that'll be the day where we could do some gameplay afterwards. So please look forward to that. And Omen86 comes in and he drops another 5. He's responding to Michael's 5 with a 5 of his own. And then Pushing Polygons throws in a single. These guys are going. They're going. Who's going to stop them? Nobody's going to stop them. They won't stop. They can't stop. They bring us up to 17. Good stuff, guys. Good stuff. Love to see it. We're definitely going to hit that 25. I'm feeling it. And Isley comes in and drops a single. We have a single train going. And I'm going to take this moment to shout out Devil Shooter. And also let you guys know something. Devil Shooter is so good at doing timestamps that he even timestamps the member sections. So for people who come in and watch the streams later, if they're not interested in watching the member sections, that's commitment. But I do got to let you guys know, he might not be able to do timestamps for today's stream. And if we do a stream tomorrow, or if they do come, they're going to be coming a little bit later. He did want me to give you guys that heads up. Trying to give you that heads up in advance. I probably should have said that at the very beginning. But we also have Omen dropping a single gift, and then Ray comes in dropping another single, and boom, we got the train going, man. We got the single train going. You know somebody's going to come out of nowhere with the 50, though. But that brings us to 20. So we are now 5 away from hitting the first goal. Very much appreciate the support, guys. Thank you so much. And we have Lux with a super chat, and he says, wonder what anime Sony will be turning into movies since they invested into Bandai Namco. The deal is primarily for anime movies and the rights to them. And Hellbound drops another single. Hellbound's enjoying this. I could tell he's enjoying it because he doesn't normally drop singles. And he's like, yeah, let's just keep the single train going. Bringing us up to 21. Yeah, Lux, the Bandai deal or partnership, it does seem to be much more so for movies and anime and manga. And we know that, when it comes to Bandai Namco, they're huge with that. Sony's really big with it now. I mean, they own Crunchyroll and they have a Ghost of Tsushima Legends anime that's in the works. And yeah, it's becoming, I would say, a more important sector for Sony overall. So it just makes sense to kind of invest in a company like, Bandai Namco, considering they're heavily involved in gaming. They have, a great partnership with From Software as well. They have a lot of IP they own, and Sony's already licensing some of their IP. We're going to talk about that more so in just a minute. We're going to go over that report. But yeah, I immediately think about Dark Souls and Elden Ring when you talk about wondering what anime Sony will be turning into movies, or when it comes to wondering what video game IP that Bandai Namco is associated with that Sony may end up doing something with, whether it be turning into a movie, turning into an anime. You think about Bloodborne, but I think Elden Ring's the biggest one for me. Like, I get this feeling that Sony's going to try to make a play for some. Well, there is an Elden Ring movie in development, right? And Alex Garland is involved with it. So I'm assuming Sony's not in that case. And Pushing Polygons does it. Pushing Polygons comes in and drops another 5 membership gifts for you guys. We need some W's in the chat for everybody who just dropped member gifts to get us to 26 on the day. So we go past the first goal. Boss is going to be happy. Well, Luna's waiting. I mean, I don't know if you guys have noticed, we're conditioning her now. And we will see if we can push to get to 50. That'll be the second goal. If we can hit 50, we will do reps at the end of the stream. And I'll give you, this is a soundbite for everybody since we had a lot of singles.
Holy shit.
Sorry. Before I continue, I just want to acknowledge, Luna's been hanging out, man. This is a moment, She's taken over the cat tower. She's chilling. She doesn't normally do this. So, very cool. Boss is probably depressed, but he'll get his treats. Leia's over here too. Thank you guys so much for the support. Did I check out Hellraiser yet? I actually didn't see the trailer for it yet. I've seen like screenshots and I've seen a lot of people talking about it. Haven't actually sat down and watched the trailer. How's it looking? Does it look good? Black Myth Wukong DLC. Thank you, Hasham. I did see the Battlefield 6 trailer. I'm going to be playing it a little bit later on, although it will have to be without the audio. But yeah, I did see it. It looks good. It looks promising. James, you're saying it's very much like the movies. You loved it. Yeah. Yeah, it seems like if you're into Hellraiser at all, it seems like Hellraiser fans are pretty happy with what they're seeing, or just horror fans in general. You know, that when it comes to Hellraiser, um that's one of the horror series that I'm really not very familiar with. So maybe this will be something that gets me into it. I know that they made a lot of movies. I may have seen one or two when I was younger, but I can't really remember. But yeah, we're going to move on to the next topic here. And before I do, I will just wrap up the conversation about this handheld. I don't know, is there more to say on it? Is there more to say on it? I'm not so sure. I feel like we got a big PS5 update with some quality of life improvements, and the rumors regarding the PlayStation handheld are just going to continue to come out, you know, for the remainder of this year, certainly more so in 2026. And it's going to become, I think, more and more apparent that this thing is not that far away. There's a gnat in here. Damn it. Bro. Not again. Not again. Don't do this to me. Single player survival horror. Yeah. When it comes to the PlayStation handheld, I think it has a chance to do pretty well. It's something that for me personally I am interested in, but not overly excited about, in the sense of like I don't I don't even have a PlayStation Portal yet, but I'm going to get one. I want to get a PlayStation Portal. I've been waiting for a while to get one. I'll probably get one sooner rather than later. But the idea of like a more premium, expensive, dedicated PlayStation handheld, it's something I would like to have. And it's something that I think would get use, or used, I should say. But I don't I don't know that it's one of these things where it's like this is going to be like, when I think about upcoming PlayStation devices, what's at the forefront of my mind is absolutely the PlayStation 6. But I also did have a PlayStation Portable when I was younger, and I thought it was awesome. I never did have a PS Vita though, but I do have a certain level of nostalgia for PlayStation when it comes to handhelds due to having the PSP. And I guess I'm just mostly curious to see how much different Sony's going to handle this handheld compared to what they did for the PSP as well as the Vita. Something tells me it's going to be very different. And I think it will have certain pros because of it, like compatibility wise, but certain cons. And kind of like what was said um, earlier, where by Lux basically acknowledging that there's not going to necessarily be any dedicated exclusives for it. So some people might question, do I really need this? And so I don't think it will be a you need this type of device situation. I don't think there's going to be FOMO. I think it's going to be more along the lines of it's there for those who want it. But I think Sony will still have relatively high expectations. Yeah, we're going to check out the Battlefield trailer. Maybe, I don't know, maybe we could do that now in between topics. I can't play the audio though. playing music, and I've been having a lot of copyright issues lately, which are my fault. And we have Rich Rod, a member for 24 months, using his milestone chat. He says, "Boss, Luna, go handle blank and blank. Blank deserves it, and kiddies force blank to stop having relations for Phil Spencer. It makes him sad." I don't know if I'm reading this correctly. As I'm reading this cursed Rich Rod chat, there's a gnat trying to fly into my mouth. What is happening? What is happening? Are the 30th anniversary portals and DualSense on sale again in the US like they are in the UK? The only thing I saw, and it was specifically for PlayStation Plus members, was the 30th anniversary DualSense. I didn't see anything for the portal or the console. I thought about buying another one, but I'm like, I have one. I do have the 30th anniversary console. That's the one that Mrs. MBG uses. And the DualSense is getting a lot of use. I probably should have bought another one when I had the chance, but it's all good. I have too many DualSenses. And we have Lux with another super chat. Thank you for that, Lux. He says, after Oblivion Remaster, Virtuous, is it Virtuous or Virtuous? I'll just say Virtuous, laid off a bunch of staff. They will do the same after Snake Eater. They have 26 offices with over 4,000 employees. Yeah, I do think that they're... My assumption is that the people they're laying off, I don't want to say they're like, I don't know if they would be contractors necessarily, but it's kind of normal practice to a degree where once a big project is wrapped up, some people end up having to get laid off, or it's like it's time for them to leave because basically there's nothing for them to do. These studios are known to scale up to take on certain workloads and then scale back down once that workload is complete. And because of that, there's a lot of turnover. And when you consider how big this studio is, over 4,000 employees, yeah, there's going to be a lot of turnover. And my assumption is once Snake Eater is completely wrapped up, you'll probably see potentially some more layoffs like you're saying here, Lux. It's unfortunate, but I don't know that anything can be done about it, you know? Although I will say this, in the case of the portion of the studio that's working on Snake Eater remake, it could be that maybe there won't be any layoffs and they'll just retain the entire staff because they're already partnering up again with Konami for another remake. Look at what happened with Bluebird Team. Bluebird Team, as you know, they finished up Silent Hill 2, and then not that long after, about a half a year later, they announced, yeah, we're working on Silent Hill 1 remake now. So they immediately spooled up another project with Konami. I think that they could maybe do that again with Metal Gear Solid 1 remake. Next in line? Maybe. And we have Michael Lynch with another super chat. Thank you for that, Michael. He says, I just saw this, but Malcolm Jamal Warner, Theo Huxtable, for us older people, died on the 20th. Jeez. Yeah, it's been a very sad week. I think I saw that too, and if I'm not mistaken, I think he drowned, which is very sad. I think it was an accident. Very, very sad. I mean, I didn't really grow up watching The Cosby Show. I was familiar with it. I've seen a couple episodes here and there, but just very sad in general, man. We had Malcolm Jamal Warner pass away, Ozzy Osbourne passed away, and now today Hulk Hogan passed away. So not a great week. Very sad. Rest in peace. And you're saying Konami wants to make a comeback. They're throwing money at third-party studios to revive old IP. Love to see it. Yeah, keep in mind that apparently there is a new Castlevania game in development. It's been in development, and apparently it's in development internally at Konami. So I don't think there's another studio making Castlevania. That seems to be the project that Konami wanted to handle themselves. So very, very interesting. Corey is here. He says, mates, what's the word on this handheld madness? Well, we are wrapping up the topic, Corey, before we move on to the next. But essentially, Sony released an update that's available today where you can now pair the DualSense with multiple devices. But they also said in the blog post that on the horizon, what's coming very soon is a low power mode for the PS5. And this confirms the leak from Moore's Law is Dead, where he said Sony's going to be introducing a low power mode. And he said this low power mode is very likely in preparation for the upcoming handheld. And it's worth noting that Sony did make it clear that developers will have to choose to use this low power mode, and players will have to manually turn it on for each game. So it makes complete sense that this is actually totally in preparation for the upcoming handheld, because developers are going to have to scale down their games to take advantage of it. But it's not a requirement, it's optional. And Rich Rod says he sent another direct donation. Thank you once again for the $2, Rich Rod. That's now another. We need another 5 memberships, by the way. The Rich Rod tax is still in effect. His first direct dono was taken care of by the community. He drops a second direct dono, $2. That's another 5 memberships, Rich. So we'll see. We'll see if the community takes care of you again. He says, Konami, Metal Gear Solid Delta looks like ass. You know what? I'm about to make it 10. I'm about to make it 10, Rich. Ain't no way. Ain't no way this man is dissing Metal Gear Solid Delta like this. How's he going to make me read this? He says it makes me sad, but you deserve it since it's being launched on Xbox. You stupid company, now shudder. So bad even MBG will cry. You know what would be funny, Rich? Is if I do end up crying, I'm going to be crying while wearing a mullet and a bandana. Rich's hatred and animosity knows no bounds. Dang. Need a tuxedo, MBG. Garrett says, are you going to take this, MBG? For now. For now. I think Rich is going to be wrong. I think Metal Gear Solid Delta is going to be great. I think some people might be a little disappointed with it. I don't think I'm going to be one of those people. Although Konami is being particularly quiet right now. Very close to launch. But Rich, you know I appreciate the direct donations, man. Even though if I don't necessarily always appreciate what you're saying. But you do support the channel. So thank you. Thank you. And Corey does it. Corey covers Rich Rod's direct dono. He covers the Rich Rod tax. He drops 5 membership gifts, and I was actually just about to give Boss his treats. Thank you so much for that, Corey.
I'm no hero. Never was. Never will be. Boast, do you read me? It's time to feed the beast.
Here you go, man. That was like perfect timing there, Corey. Thank you, buddy. That brings us up to 31 members on the day. So we are now less than 20 from being able to hit the 50 mark. A 20 bomb would do it. 20 bomb would do it. But we'll see if we can get there today, guys. You've been doing a phenomenal job, by the way, recently with dropping member gifts. We have a lot of new members, I've noticed. I was checking it out. So yeah, by all means, guys, keep it going. We have a good thing going. And I've been seeing a lot of new people coming in thanking community members here for dropping member gifts on them. Metal Gear Delta got delayed to 2026. Diego, are you trolling me right now? I am going to check. This is not funny. I don't see anything. He's trolling. Diego, don't troll. Dude, don't do that to me. It seemed like an obvious troll, but the first thought that came into my mind is, the moment I read Rich Rod's Metal Gear Delta chat and the moment I say, Konami has been kind of quiet is the same moment that Konami announces, yeah, we're delaying this game to next year. I would not be surprised. That's why I went to go check. I'm like, I don't know. Diego's like, I'm sorry, man. It's just kidding. Don't play with my emotions like that, Diego. How dare you? But dude, I would have been. There was a moment there, just a brief moment where I was ready to get up and scream. You know what? Hold on though. Hold on. I gotta be honest. I think I would be okay. Truthfully, I think I actually would be okay if it got a slight delay, like to like January or something of next year, or even like, I don't know. I don't want to say September or like November or something. I would be okay with this because, dude, there's so many games coming out in August where it would actually be like, oh, okay, now I can play these other games. Metal Gear's coming a little bit later. I'd be okay with that. Being delayed to like March or April of next year, though, would be tough. That'd be really tough. Oh, yeah, I'd be able to play Lost Soul Aside. I wouldn't be surprised if that somehow gets delayed again. That would be kind of crazy because that game has suffered many delays. Many delays. Swagbag says Wu Chang was disappointing. I need something to fix my saltiness. Really? I've been hearing pretty good things about it. What don't you like? Lost Soul Aside is looking spooky. Rarely any news. Yeah, it's been a little too quiet. Maybe they'll pick it up in August. Maybe they'll have a big marketing push like 2 weeks leading into it. All right, so here's what we'll do. First, I'll read what Omen says. He says, Concord will be revived as Call of Duty Rainbow Pride. Yo, did you guys see Mystic uploaded a video? It was like a documentary style video. It was really well done, actually, about Concord. And I think he interviewed this guy who platinumed it and how it's like the rarest platinum. It's so it was just crazy to see that video. Like, man, yeah, that's what a weird situation with that game. All right, so here's what we'll do. I'll bring up the Battlefield trailer. I have to react to it with no audio, by the way, but we'll watch it and then we'll move on to the next proper topic. But people have been asking about Battlefield, and I like Battlefield. So let me just get this sorted. Does it have a lot of views? Let's see. Battlefield. It's got 145,000 views in 2 hours. All right, let's bring it up. So this is the Battlefield 6 reveal trailer. Again, there's going to be no audio. So I'm sorry if there's like awkward silence. So this is for the campaign, what they're showing. But there was like a really bad report about the campaign. Like it's behind schedule or something. So, I mean, they're doing modern military. So kind of going back to the Battlefield 3 and Battlefield 4 vibes. But a lot of this trailer, like it's basically, it seems like it's showing the United States under attack. it's really giving me Modern Warfare 2 vibes, like Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 from 2009. This entire trailer is giving me MW2 vibes, which is not a bad thing. See the destruction. Got the tank section, as always. There's a Temu Captain Price. No, I'm just kidding. It's Temu Captain Price, bro. It's not just me, right? Like, this really looks reminiscent of Modern Warfare 2. Black Hawk Down vibes. Man, it looks really good. It looks really, really good. It is a cinematic trailer, though. So, I don't know. We have seen gameplay in multiplayer leak. So many explosions. The entire buildings, the destructibility. So the reveal's July 31st. Multiplayer reveal. I'm assuming that's when they'll reveal all of the information. What are we thinking? What are we thinking? World War III vibes. It does look good, man. It does look good. Yeah. I mean, this is the first time we're seeing a showdown between Battlefield and Call of Duty in what feels like forever. I'm not even counting Battlefield 2142 or 2042. I mean, I'm not even counting that. You hope it buries Call of Duty for good. It's not confirmed if it's $80, Garrett. We don't have confirmation on that yet. I'm assuming we're going to get pricing at the multiplayer reveal at the end of the month. But, I mean, I'm liking what I'm seeing. If assuming the campaign is going to ship with it and it's going to be ready to go, it looks like it'll have an interesting campaign. Again, it does remind me of Modern Warfare 2. I like the modern setting. Yeah, Black Ops 7 is more futuristic. This is going to be interesting. It's going to be very interesting. But I'm liking it. I like that trailer. It looks good. If it's $80, I think that's going to hurt this game so bad because we just covered yesterday how Microsoft said they're going back to $70, including Call of Duty. So Black Ops 7 will be $70. Dude, if EA comes out and is like 80 for Battlefield, I'm sorry, but it's like, it's over. You had an opportunity, a golden opportunity. And so many people are just going to be like, I'm good. People are going to be angry just because of that. And I hope they're smart, man. I hope they're smart enough to know not to charge $80 for this game. I may still buy it, even if it is $80, because, I mean, I like Battlefield, but any chance it would have had of actually competing against Call of Duty would be over if they do that, in my opinion, anyway. The rumor is that the beta for Battlefield 6 is going to drop on August 4th. That's the current rumor. There's going to be like a 3-day event where they show off the game, give all the information. They're basically treating it like Call of Duty. They're giving it like a whole Call of Duty-like event. And it seems like the conclusion of that will be, here's the beta. Play it now, which I will absolutely play. Maybe we'll do some, I mean, dude, be doing some Battlefield 6 gameplay soon in the next 2 weeks, maybe. Battlefield 3 was a masterpiece. Battlefield 3 was incredible. Bad Company 2 was the GOAT, though. Is the GOAT. Bad Company 2 is the GOAT. I don't think we'll ever get a Bad Company 3. But there you go. That's some Battlefield 6. It's looking good. We are going to move on to the next topic, though, which is this partnership that was announced between Sony and Bandai Namco. I have a report here from Push Square, And they say Sony has today announced it's investing 68 billion yen or $464 million into Elden Ring publisher Bandai Namco, which will see it acquire 2.5% of the overall business. As a result of the investment, the two companies have signed a strategic partnership that will see them collaborate on expanding the fan community for IP such as anime and manga around the world, and work on new and emotionally moving experiences for fans. And as a result, these efforts maximize the value of IP. The press release says Bandai Namco and Sony have historically collaborated on various projects in the fields such as games, anime, and music, and they plan to extend this collaboration to a broader range of areas. The two companies intend to implement initiatives including the expansion of works as well as products and services based on IP developed by Bandai Namco, leveraging Sony's strengths in areas such as production and distribution of anime and other video content, as well as merchandising. They also plan to engage in detailed discussions regarding the joint development and promotion of IP, such as anime and manga, in addition to planning and technical collaboration on entertainment. Experimental entertainment. In the past couple of years, Sony has also invested in the company that owns Dark Souls and Armored Core developer From Software, known as Kanakawa. This saw the two firms also sign an alliance to again maximize IP. While Bandai Namco doesn't own From Software, the company has published its games for generations now. More recently, Sony has allowed Bandai Namco to re-release classic PlayStation titles like Freedom Wars and Patapon onto PS5 and PS4, and other consoles such as Nintendo Switch. Bandai Namco is also working on Everybody's Golf Hot Shots for PS5 and Switch 1. On the deal, Sony's strategy or chief strategy officer said it is to create an array of content and experiences that exceed expectations and deliver condo or emotion to even more fans. The Sony executive believes combining the two firms' efforts will further accelerate our efforts to maximize IP value and realize Sony's long-term vision, creative entertainment vision. On the Bandai Namco end, the executive vice president said they are filled with excitement about the potential to create new entertainment by combining Sony Group's strengths and technological capabilities across various entertainment fields with Bandai Namco's IP access strategy. So I know that was a lot to read there, but yeah, basically it does seem that this is more for the anime and manga side. In fact, they don't even say anything about games. They don't even say anything about games in this write-up. So I don't know that this is something that will really impact PlayStation too much. It's just interesting because I think when most of us think of Bandai Namco, we automatically think of their games. We think of the games that they're publishing on PlayStation, or we think of, Elden Ring and Dark Souls. Not to say that, again, these properties couldn't be involved. I do wonder if maybe Sony's going to make an Elden Ring anime or a Dark Souls anime, right? We know that Sony likes to do this type of stuff, but in terms of the actual gaming side of things, I don't think we're going to see much out of this. But what is interesting is that Sony has they've continued to invest in all of these companies that are involved with these games. What I'm talking about is like Bandai Namco, Elden Ring, Dark Souls, Katakawa, Dark Souls, working, owning From Software, even investing in From Software, I think, to a certain degree. Like Sony has made it pretty clear that they want to just have close ties with all these companies and this IP. And it makes sense because something that I think a lot of people don't know, although I think many of you here do know this, but it's still always interesting to think about. Sony dropped the ball. Dark Souls could have been Sony's. Elden Ring could have been Sony's. And this goes back to Shuhei Yoshida. For those who don't know about this, Demon Souls was originally supposed to be a competitor to Skyrim, and Sony wanted to make a big RPG to compete with Skyrim. Boss, can you stop that? Hey, stop that. They wanted to make a big RPG to compete with Skyrim, and so they hired From Software, and they gave them funding. They let them work on it for years, and apparently the project was not turning out the way Sony had hoped. And internally, From Software was like, this is a failed project, and they gave it to Hidetaka Miyazaki. You're like, you want to try it? Like, you want to finish this game? We don't really care what happens to it. And he's like, yes. And so the Demon Souls we ended up getting, which was the basically the the initial concept of what would become Dark Souls and later on Elden Ring. Sony didn't like it. Shuhei Yoshida didn't like it. Um, From Software basically gave up on it. And so, because of the way it turned out and the fact that Sony was unhappy with it, Hidetaka Miyazaki wanted to make a Demon Souls 2. Dark Souls was supposed to be Demon Souls 2, but Sony didn't want to deal with it. And so, yeah, the rest is history, man. Sony lost Dark Souls. They lost what became Elden Ring. And I'm sure that, Shuhei Yoshida has went on record saying he regrets that. Now, they did work with them on Bloodborne. They rectified their relationship. But Shuhei Yoshida has went on record saying that's like one of his regrets, and he really dropped the ball on that one. And I'm sure Sony as a whole is like, oh God, like that must be difficult to accept, like knowing like, bro, this was like, we had it in the palm of our hand. And so you can kind of understand why Sony is like trying to keep close ties with From Software, with Bandai Namco, with Katakawa. There is a deep history there. And of course, the elephant in the room, as always, is Bloodborne. Yeah, they pretty much did amend their relationship with Bloodborne, with From Software, that is, through Bloodborne. They struck another deal with From Software. Hidetaka Miyazaki was able to make whatever he wanted, and we ended up getting the masterpiece that is Bloodborne. And that is the elephant in the room, is like Sony does own this IP that I know people say, well, like, is Bloodborne really that big of an IP? Is it maybe a little bit overrated? Is it really going to sell that well? I think people need to understand that if we ever get a Bloodborne 2 or a proper sequel to it from Software, directed by Hidetaka Miyazaki, that's in a post Elden Ring world. Elden Ring is the breakout hit for From Software. Elden Ring has propelled, pretty much catapulted From Software into the upper echelon of like top 3, top 5 game developers in the world. From Software was very well respected and highly regarded when Bloodborne came out, but they were nowhere near the level that they're on now. That's just the reality. Elden Ring is what did it. For me, it was always Dark Souls, to be honest. For me, it was Dark Souls. Dark Souls, I was like, yeah, they're like one of the greatest. For some people, it was Bloodborne. For many people, it was Elden Ring. And so what I'm trying to get at here is that if Sony ever does manage to strike a deal with From Software to make a proper Bloodborne sequel, I think that game is going to do way, 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 way better than the first game did. Because the first game kind of became a cult classic. It was a slow burn. It didn't go mainstream, really. I think it's more mainstream now, in a sense, because of Elden Ring and because people want Sony to do more with it. But I guess what I'm trying to say is I could see Bloodborne 2 or a sequel to Bloodborne being on the level, not exactly on the level of Elden Ring, but being like a title that can go on to sell 12 to 15 million copies, essentially. I could see it becoming a massive hit. That's basically number 2, right behind Elden Ring, or maybe right up there with Dark Souls. So are these partnerships that Sony is striking with Bandai Namco, with Katakawa, is this in the name of trying to do something with Bloodborne? I don't know. I still don't know exactly what to think about Bloodborne, because it's so obvious that people, you already know. We don't even really need to talk about it, but the level of desperation that people have for Sony to do something with Bloodborne, and Sony has just kind of not said or done anything. They've just been completely silent about it. Meanwhile, they're making these investments in Katakawa, in From Software, in Bandai Namco, and they're not saying anything about it even then. Bloodborne anime? Maybe. I don't know. But we've seen Sony do this all throughout this generation, make significant investments into publishers and different companies that are, I guess, that they would deem very valuable to not only their wider approach to IP expansion and growth and trying to have these different synergies between games and shows and animes and all this stuff, and they even say merchandising. So it's early. It's too early to tell what exactly we're going to get from this, but it does show that Sony is continuing to make these investments with these different companies. And yeah, I also want to throw out that this is a company that Sony has actually been given multiple classic PlayStation IPs to do something with. And Sony's even like, go ahead, you can publish it and you can put it on Switch. It's very interesting. It's very, very interesting to see Sony doing that because that's very unlike them. Bandai Namco's reward program went back online today. Interesting. I'll check it out. You think this has anything to do with the timing of this announcement, maybe? PlayStation Stars is gone now. Yeah. And we have Sean Mitchell with a £5 super chat. Almost said $5. He says, just dropped in MBG. What did you make of the Battlefield 6 campaign trailer? Got a try of its alpha not long back and got 3 out of 4. You're saying got like Battlefield 3/4 vibes, which were my favorite. That's interesting that you actually got to partake in the alpha. Yeah, we just reacted to the trailer, Sean, and I think it looks really good, man. I think it looks really, really good. I've seen the leaked gameplay from the alpha, and I thought that looked great. It very much looked like Battlefield 3 and 4. But the campaign trailer, I was saying when we were reacting to it, is giving me Modern Warfare 2 vibes, like from 2009. It's very much giving me that vibe, like, the United States under attack and whatnot. And it looks great. If the campaign turns out to be good and the multiplayer turns out to be, a return to form for the Battlefield series, yeah, I don't know, man. This Battlefield could take it this year, for me anyway. I mean, I'm still interested in seeing what Black Ops 7 looks like, just because, Black Ops 2 was a high point for Call of Duty and is one of the most beloved Call of Duties ever made, and this is supposed to be a direct sequel to that. So it's like, this is quite the showdown, I have to say. This is quite the showdown. We're looking at a Black Ops 7, which is a Black Ops 2 sequel, going up against a Battlefield 6, which is a return to Battlefield 3 and 4, essentially, that era. Very interesting. But Sean, thank you so much for the super chat, man. And yeah, apparently we're going to be getting a beta in the next week and a half or two. So hey, MBG, did you know that the Elden Ring DLC sold 10 million copies? I think I stumbled across that earlier. Yeah, that's kind of surprising, man. Like, I knew it was going to do well, but geez, 10 million? 10 million for an expansion? That's crazy, dude. Like, that's more than like 90% of games. And Jake Skew 29 comes in and drops another single membership gift. Jake Skew says, hey, I know I'm a little bit late, but I want to contribute to this single member train. And I think he wants to get another one going. We'll see if he can do it. Is he going to kick off another single train? We'll find out. Jake, thank you for that.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Prince G says he wants a member train. Member train when? It's a full game pretty much. Yeah, I haven't gotten around to playing it. Not yet. I think eventually I will. Eventually I will. Although, you know what? I should walk that back because I say that about things all the time and then I just never play them. I'm really bad with that when it comes to DLC and expansions. If I'm not there the moment it comes out, specifically for expansions or DLC, the chances of me actually going back to it, drop to almost zero. Not every time, but 99% of the time. So, yeah, we'll continue to monitor what Sony's doing with these investments into Bandai Namco, into Katakawa, into From Software, and things are getting interesting with the way Sony is kind of branching out here, certainly. I will read this one comment from Push Square. Somebody said, anime, manga, and emotionally moving experiences. For me, that translates as nothing to see here. Realistically, let's just see what, if anything of note, comes from this. But honestly, there's only one thing I'd like to see from Namco, and that's a new Ridge Racer. There you go. Quite a few people seem to agree with him. Yeah, the Liza P DLC, that's one I really want to get to. Yeah, dude, it was awesome to see that shadow dropped. I just know that in order for me to really enjoy that, I'm going to have to. I struggle. I can't just like. A part of me kind of hates DLC to a degree because every time I'm like really into a game and I finish it, I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to move on now. And I can't just like drop a game, go play a bunch of other games, and just randomly come back to that game and just get into it. You know, I feel like so many games have such deep mechanics that it's like, well, this is going to take time to get readjusted to. I don't know if I'm the only person that feels that way, but a Ridge Racer with Souls mechanics. Yeah, I did. I did play the Valhalla DLC, and I played that I think the day after it dropped. And I did struggle for a bit. Like I'm like, okay, well, I got to get used to this again, and it made it a little bit less enjoyable because of that. But yeah, there was such a surprise announcement. Imagine having Days Gone at 100% trophies, and then DLC adds more trophies. Oh God, now that's cursed. Considering the 100% is with all the added DLC trophies. Like, wait, we got one more in us. I'd be thrilled. If they drop more DLC for Days Gone, I'd be thrilled because it's like, yo, it's a sign. It's a sign. And Pickled Garlic comes in and drops another single membership gift on you guys. Pickled Garlic says, I am keeping the single train going today. And he brings us to 33. And Pickled Garlic, you, I think, just became a channel member yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. So
Thank you.
shout out for that, man.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you. He became a member yesterday, and then he decided today he wanted to pay it forward and drop a single gift for you guys. Love to see it. Love to see it, man. Jake Skew says, MBG, I'm downloading Where the Winds Meet, the final beta right now. Yeah, that game's coming out soon. I think that's a PS5 console exclusive. Pickled Garlic says, I listen every day, but I work. Well, you know, I appreciate it, man. A lot of people come in letting me know that, you know, they look forward to the streams. They like to listen to it while they're working or doing, you know, their daily routines. And I'm glad I could be there, you know, hanging out with you guys. Prince G says same. That's interesting. Eternal, you're saying the percentage means nothing. So it's just the platinums that matter, I'm assuming, is what you mean. As long as you have the platinum, you don't care about the percentage. I mean, I mostly feel that way. I do get annoyed though. Like, it was bothering me for the longest time with Astrobot when I would go check that on my trophy list, and it's like, you have like 90% or something. You have the platinum and you have 90%. It's like, it should be 100. Seeing that 100 just looks a lot better. It's a lot better, you know? We're going to move on to the next topic momentarily. Irfan says, Expedition 33 developers visited Kojima today. Oh. Very interesting. Very interesting. Collaboration, perhaps? Furious Legacy Gaming says Days Gone 2 and Bloodborne 2. Sage Infinite says, yeah, it's annoying when your percentage changes. I did see that, JMR. We're going to talk about that tomorrow. If I'm able to stream tomorrow, we will talk about it. If I don't stream tomorrow, then the next stream, which would, I guess, be Sunday, I'm going to make it a topic. We should be able to talk about it tomorrow, though. You're welcome, Furious. Appreciate you being here, man. The only percentage I pay attention to is how much of the mainline story is complete. That's a time management thing. Ah, that makes sense. It's interesting because, like, yeah, when I was on the PlayStation home screen, I hovered over Death Stranding 2. It says I'm 90% done. 90% done. I have 3 chapters. It says I'm 90% done. They're going to battle to the death for Game of the Year. Kojima and Sandfall. That's the name of the studio, I believe, right? Sandfall Entertainment. All right. Am I going for the platinum? I would like to. Ideally, I would absolutely love to have the platinum for Death Stranding 2. I think I mean, I try to imagine a scenario where I don't get the platinum. I don't think that's going to happen because I think it would bother me too much. Mainly because I platinum Death Stranding 1. But it's possible. I don't know. It's possible. I didn't get the platinum for Expedition and I was satisfied with it. So I might not. Who knows? Like, I may be able to walk away from Death Stranding and be like, oh, yeah, I'm good. We'll see. We will see. All right. We're going to move on to the next topic, which actually, speaking of Death Stranding, we have some sales data for Death Stranding. And so this is going to be a combo topic. We're talking about a bunch of sales data. The first thing I want to let you know is that we got the official NPD report or Circana report. And when it comes to the top 10 best-selling games on PlayStation platforms for June 2025, this includes both physical and digital game downloads, and it's ranked by dollar sales. Death Stranding 2 on the Beach is at the number 1 spot for June for PlayStation platforms. Elden Ring Night Rain is number 2. Call of Duty Black Ops 6 is number 3. Forza Horizon 5 is number 4. MLB The Show 25, number 5. GTA 5, number 6. Minecraft, number 7. EA Sports FC 25, number 8. WWE 2K25, number 9. And Assassin's Creed Shadows, number 10. Now, let me see if I can find the overall sales. They should be right below. Why can't I find it? Okay. I have it. Or wait. Yes, I have it. We do have Michael Lynch with a $5 super chat. Thank you for that, Michael. And he says, if there's one game you need to quit second guessing yourself on, it's the Elden Ring DLC. My best friend said it's even more impressive than the game. You know, it's interesting, Michael. That's not the first time I've heard that. I've actually heard quite a few people that have come across the channel say that the Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree expansion is actually even better than the original Elden Ring game. I have to be honest, like, the only thing that stopped me from playing it immediately was, and it's the same thing that stopped me with Night Rain, and I don't know if it's just like, man, I'm starting to lose my touch or something, but I was just feeling kind of intimidated because I saw how difficult some of the bosses were, and especially the final boss, like breaking people, and I'm like, I don't know if I'm up for that, you know? Like, I don't know if I'm up for that right now, but I'll probably play it at some point. Like, I keep in mind when I played Elden Ring for the first time, I didn't platinum it, and I just a year and a half later, just like, I'll platinum it now. So Elden Ring and, you know, just that series in general, this could be one that I just kind of go back to at certain times. I didn't play Night Rain either, but Night Rain's very different. But I'll keep that in mind, Michael. I'll try to anyway. Astro Game of the Year says so far they haven't confirmed a performance mode. and its releases on August 8th. Every trailer for Mafia is 30 FPS, even shown on the PS5 Pro. Oh. Oh, you're thinking it might end up being a 30 FPS game? That would be that would be bad for that game. Especially because it's like a linear game. Uh-oh. When's the last time we had a game announced that was locked at 30 frames? I can't remember. So, like I said, Death Stranding 2... Oh, wait, hold on. I do have a... Oh, no, never mind. That was a subscriber, actually. My bad. I thought that was a direct donation. So, Death Stranding 2 on the beach, #1 selling game on the PlayStation platform for the month of June. Now, when it comes to June 2025, US top 20 best-selling games, physical and digital. So this is across all platforms. The list is 20. I'm just going to read the top 10. Elden Ring Night Reign comes out at #1. And I think we got data today that said Elden Ring Night Reign sold over 5 million copies already. Now, Elden Ring Night Reign, it's worth keeping in mind, released May 30th. So it had the entire month of June to get sales. Death Stranding 2 came out on June 24th in early access, and then official release on June 26th. So at the end of the month. I did check out the Battlefield 6 trailer. I thought it looked great, man. I thought it looked great. Yeah, Namazer, that's pretty sad. We were talking about that as well earlier. It's very sad. So, top 10 games, best-selling games for June in the US. Elden Ring Night Reign. #2, Death Stranding 2 on the beach. #3, Mario Kart World. #4, Call of Duty Black Ops 6. #5, Stellar Blade. #6, Forza Horizon 5. #7, MLB The Show 25. #8, Minecraft. #9, GTA 5. #10, Rune Factory, Guardians of Azuma. So, Death Stranding 2 taking the #2 spot behind Elden Ring would have been quite shocking if Death Stranding 2 somehow managed to outsell Elden Ring Night Reign in the month of June. I don't think there was any possibility of that happening. Mario Kart World, I'm pretty sure it's only counting the units sold outside of the bundle. I don't think it's counting the game being sold with the bundle. And Forza Horizon 5, #6. MLB The Show still doing work at #7. And so this leads into the next write-up here from Alinea Analytics. But before we do that, we have Michael Wernick. Michael Wernick coming in, dropping yet another single membership gift. He's clearly hoping that Omen is going to reciprocate because these guys have been going back and forth all day today. He drops a single member gift, bringing us up to 34. So we are, guys, I mean, we're making our way. We're making our way. We might be able to hit 50 today. We might be able to do it. And he drops another single. He says, hold on, I got more than one. He drops another single member gift, bringing us up to 35, which means we are now 15 away. 15 away from hitting the golden 50. The golden 50. Michael, thank you so much for the single member gifts, man. I should probably do a different soundbite. How about... It's a positive scream. It's a good one. That's the sound Michael makes when he drops member gifts. And I was waiting for it. I'm like, I know Omen's still creeping around. I still see him in the chat. Omen drops another single gift. These guys want another single train going. And he says, give me Arnold. Give me all the Arnold you got. Well, I got 2 Arnolds. Here's what I'll do for you, Omen. Since you dropped another single, I'll give you
I'll be back.
I'll give you that, Arnold. You get the other Arnold when you drop another single, because I know you're going to. I know you're going to. The second Arnold's my favorite, I have to be honest. It's so good. But thank you guys for continuing to keep the member train rolling today. Arnold backwards. You know what's funny? You think it's backwards. It's actually not. It's not. It's actually just as it should be. Lady Gamer says she was asleep until she heard that. Oh, well, I'm glad I could wake you up then. And there he is. I said I would give him the other Arnold if he dropped a single gift. He drops 5 more on you guys. Omen 86 doing more lifting today for the community. Omen is doing, and then Corey comes in. Corey, the legend out of nowhere. This is funny, bro. Hellbound was dropping singles earlier. Now Corey's dropping a single. And Michael Werneth with another 5 bomb, bro. Another 5. You want the Arnold stop whining? We are now at 47 members, guys. We are 3 away. You guys are doing it. You're actually doing it. I would say I'm surprised, but we have a very generous community here. Awesome community. Guy Gravity is like, what did I just hear, bro? If you weren't sleeping, or if you were sleeping, sorry, that one will wake you up. You like that one better than the older Arnold? We got to throw in the Mark Cerny. We do Arnold stop whining. Hold on, let's see.
Stop whining. You kids are soft. You lack discipline. But I've got news for you. You are mine now. You belong to me.
I mean, I'm not going to lie. Like, out of context, that sounds kind of horrifying, you know? Like Arnold just screaming at a bunch of kids, "You're mine. You belong to me." Like, what? And Michael Werneth drops another single gift. He's like, we got to do it. We got to do it. We're just 2 away. We're 2 away from hitting 50. And like I said, if we hit 50, we'll be doing the reps at the end of the stream. Isley gets in on it. Isley dropping another single. That's the second one from Isley today. Very, very impressive stuff, guys. That brings us to 49. Who's going to do it? I know somebody's going to do it. Somebody's going to dunk it and get us to the 50. Oh, hold on. Omen 86. Omen 86. I almost said, I was like, oh, Omen did it. But actually, he drops a poop emoji. Who's going to do it? Diego does it. Bro, Diego Cerna. I'm pretty sure this is his first time dropping a member gift. He drops the single and he gets it. Corey tried to get it. Corey tried to get it at the last moment. Corey dropped the single, which brings us to 51. And Michael Werneth drops a $5 super chat saying, "I wish I had $5 more." Bro just dropped a $5 super chat to say he wishes he had $5 more. But I got to give you guys another holy shit for that.
Holy shit.
Because very impressive. I got to say, man, we've been hitting these 50 goals like they're nothing. You guys have been crushing them. So I now owe you guys reps at the end of the stream. Get some curls in. I'm feeling some curls today. And if we could try to strive for another. we could try to strive for another goal. In this case, if we end up hitting 75, we'll give Leia some catnip. In fact, we'll give all 3 cats catnip. And really appreciate the support, guys. We're going to continue with the topics here. Don't worry. But just want to make sure you guys understand how much I appreciate the support you show me, the content, the community, your real ones. Michael Lynch says, MBG, when you imitate Arnold, you do it too nice. You need to put a little aggression in your voice. I know what you're doing, Michael. You told me to read that comment with the super chat. I know what you're doing. Maybe we'll save that for the next members lounge. I'll practice my aggressive Arnold voice. And then, one day we'll set some kind of crazy member goal, 1,000 members. And if we hit that goal, I'll do an entire stream where I talk in that aggressive Arnold voice the whole time. Yo, I bet you if I tried to do something like that, we'd hit that goal like it was nothing. You guys are crazy. I would regret that immediately. Corey says, I couldn't be the hero. It's fitting. I'm no hero. Never was, never will be. Just a single gifter. Just a random gifter. Nah, I think Corey's considered a hero here. He's the anti-hero. I'm sorry, Guy Gravity. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. But, yeah, so, guys, I also want to ask you, we still have over 200 people here hanging out, watching the stream. If you haven't, please take a moment and hit the like button. We're sitting at 102 likes. I think we could easily get that to 125. It helps the streams, gets new people in. But we are going to continue on with the topics here. Isley says, I'm the random one gifter. So I'm going to read this report from Alinea Analytics. The title of it says, Forza Horizon 5 is now 2025's top-selling new PS5 game, racing past copies sold for huge first-party PlayStation titles. So, a very inflammatory headline. Very inflammatory. But there's a little bit of context I have to give you guys here. And this is important because this analytics firm, Alinea Analytics, they are relatively new as far as I'm aware. I don't know where they get their data from. And these are, I believe, estimates, not actual numbers from the publishers themselves. It's just important to keep this in mind because I'm not saying that their numbers are wrong, but they could be a little bit less, they could be a little bit more, they could be a little bit off. It's worth keeping that in mind. But that goes for any time. Like, for example, what we just covered with the best-selling games in the US for June, those are not estimates. Those are that's actual real data coming from Circana. They just don't give us numbers. We don't get specific numbers. And that's probably why Alinea, just like every other analytics firm, has to do, a bit of guesswork or estimations, I should say. Okay, so let's read this. It says here, your eyes do not deceive you. This is a bonus edition of the Alinea Insight newsletter, and it's a big one. Let's get into it. Forza Horizon 5 is 2025's top new PS5 game by copies sold. Xbox ported Forza Horizon 5 to PS5 at the end of March 2025, almost 4 years after its original release on Xbox and PC. Last week, Forza surpassed 3 million copies sold on PS5, overtaking, and this is what I find difficult to believe, Monster Hunter World. This means Forza Horizon 5 is 2025's best-selling new game on PlayStation consoles for copies sold anyway. Forza's most recent sale, 25% off, bringing it down to $45, was the engine that drove it past the coveted 3 million mark on PS5. Across Xbox One and Xbox Series X and S, more than 45.5 million players have checked out Forza Horizon 5, mostly via Xbox Game Pass. It's an Xbox franchise to be reckoned with, but Forza Horizon is also an off-platform force to be reckoned with for Xbox revenues. On top of the 3 million copies sold on PS5, the Steam version has sold another 6.5 million. As Xbox's off-platform strategy continues, I don't know why I said platformer, strategy continues, we expect to see Forza Horizon 6 launching on PS5 day one. By then, Xbox would have fully completed its transition to third party. More on that at the end of this newsletter. Let's dive into the rest of the top 5, which includes a bunch of fantastic RPGs. So, it says various RPGs round off the rest of our top 5 for PlayStation's new games. Monster Hunter Wilds, 2025's number 2 new PS5 game by copies sold. It says it sold 2.9 million copies on PS5. It shifted a further 6.2 million copies on Steam. The PC version is outselling its console versions almost 2-1, and it marks a huge success in Capcom's push into PC. It says it's worth noting that Monster Hunter has actually generated more revenue on PS5 than Forza, despite selling fewer copies. This is mostly due to Monster Hunter's $70 price point versus Forza's $60 on PS5, which with intermittent sales below $50. So I do have to say that the one thing I'm struggling to believe is that Monster Hunter Wilds was outsold. And if then statement, I'm sorry, bro. I'm just sitting here reading this as the memberships are being doled out. He comes in, he drops 20 member gifts on you guys.
Holy shit.
That's the third holy shit of the day. Out of nowhere, if then statement says, you know what, man? I think we can get to that 75 because he brings us to 71. We need W's in the chat. If then statement's been kind of randomly showing up from time to time, dropping like 20 member gifts here, 20 member gifts there. So thank you so much for that, man. I'll also give you a, let me see what, does this one work yet? Yeah, that's the, I could have swore I had, maybe I don't. I thought I had a Helldivers one here, but I don't think I do actually. So I'll just give you a mark, Cerny.
Simply put, it's the most powerful console we've ever built.
Thank you for that if-then statement. And so, yeah, as we continue to read this report, guys, I will encourage you. We are now just 4 members away. Somehow, I don't know how, but we are 4 members away from actually hitting 75. So we'll see if we end up giving Leia some of her catnip. I know she'll be happy for that. Oh, and as I say that, Isley comes in. Isley dropped a couple singles today, and now they're like, hey, I'm going to take it to 75. Drops 5 more for you guys, bringing us up to 76. Another goal crushed. How is this possible? Guys, I was coming into today thinking, yo, if we can just get to 25, more than happy. We're now sitting at 76 members. You guys are crushing it today. And you know we round it out, or we cap it off, I should say, at 100. And so if we end up hitting 100 before the end of the stream, we'll do more reps, double the reps at the end of the stream. Okay? So thank you guys so much. Isley, I'll give you a Herman Holst.
This is an incredibly exciting time for PlayStation.
Oh, man, I really want to get some more Herman Holst sound bites. That's such a tame Herman Holst soundbite. I need to get more. But thank you guys so much for your continued support. If then statement says, nah, long time lurker. But thanks, Gaming Survivor. Oh, Gaming Survivor was asking if he was new here. Yeah, I've seen if then statement around for a while. But yeah, he lurks and he makes his presence known from time to time. Thank you, man. You missed the Jim Ryan sound bites. I was thinking about that, Omen, and I'm like, I feel like I am going to have to bring back the Jim Ryan enough for me let the games do the talking. I feel like that was the best one. It was too good. So if I can remember, I'll try to bring that one back. I'll do it just for you, Omen. All right. We're going to continue on here. Yeah, so Forza Horizon 5, according to Alinea Analytics, 3 million sold on PS5. Monster Hunter Wilds, 2.9 million. I mean, that's just so hard for me to believe, man. I say this because Monster Hunter Wilds is massive. I'm not saying I don't believe that Forza Horizon 5 could sell 3 million on PS5. That is very believable, but Monster Hunter is so big. Like how could this be? But apparently it's real. Now they move on here to Assassin's Creed Shadows. They say Assassin's Creed Shadows has sold around 2 million copies on PS5, 650,000 on Steam, and reached a further 1.1 million players on Xbox, many due to Ubisoft Plus. That's interesting. Now, if their data is correct here, that's interesting. They're even signaling that if games, third-party games, are available on other subscription services on the Xbox platform, that's where Xbox players gravitate towards. I guess it's not the most surprising thing. They're conditioned with, Game Pass. So Ubisoft Plus, yeah, it adds up. Says these numbers are decent, but Shadows has not generated much profit, with revenues at over $180 million. Ubisoft CEO recently let it slip to shareholders that Shadow's budget was over $115 million. We expect it's a lot more than that. Nice try, Yves. Anyway, Shadows has likely broken even now after 4 months on the market, but sadly hasn't been the silver bullet Ubisoft needed. I also want to point out here that if it's true that Assassin's Creed Shadows budget is like 150 million, and that's considered like a huge budget, that's going to be, they're going to struggle to maybe break even there. Dude, that makes Spider-Man 2's nearly $300 million budget look bonkers. It makes it look insane, dude. Honestly. But it continues on here saying Elden Ring Night Rain has sold 1.4 million copies on PlayStation consoles this year, and another 2.7 million on Steam, and 750,000 on Xbox. That means this experimental PvE Souls-like from Software sold almost 5 million copies across all platforms. And I think they did confirm that today, by the way. This, I think, does give us some level of confirmation that these numbers are somewhat off, because today it was revealed officially that the game did cross 5 million. So it seems like these numbers are a little bit lower, like it just slightly softer. It says on PlayStation, 84% of Elden Ring Night Rain players have played the original Elden Ring versus 77% from Steam players. From Software's now flagship franchise is thriving. And then finally, Expedition 33, a turn-based RPG and the only new IP in the top 5, has sold 1.4 million copies on PS5 so far this year. Sandfall made the game Final Fantasy fans have been begging for, but never got from Square. Expedition 33's success here speaks volumes, selling another 2.3 million copies on Steam on top of PS5's 1.4 million. On PS5, Expedition 33 has sold almost as many copies as Metaphor, ReFantazio, and Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth combined. These are 2024 games from two iconic JRPG developers with heavy ties to PlayStation as a brand, emphasizing Expedition 33's incredible performance for a new IP. Also want to point out here that they don't mention anything about the Xbox side of things for Expedition. I'm not sure why. My only assumption is because almost everybody who engaged with this game on Xbox did so through Game Pass. I feel like that's my best guess. But they continue here by saying, we expect the ranking to look a lot different by the end of this year, following the launches of FC 26, Borderlands 4, and Black Ops 7. And I'm laughing at that because they put 7 eyes. And maybe a few surprises. In fact, College Football 26 is already approaching 1.2 million copies sold on PS5 after less than 2 weeks, so that will probably dethrone Expedition 33 over the next month or so. Now they continue, Forza Horizon 5, this is where things get a little bit spicy. Forza Horizon 5 has now sold more copies on PS5 than last year's Game of the Year. Forza Horizon 5 is doing so well on PS5 that it's even sold more copies than Astrobot. Some key takeaways from the image that they present above. Now, the image that they're showing, I'm actually going to see if I can bring this up on screen. If you give me just a moment. I'm not sure if it's going to let me, though. Let me shrink it a little bit. I'm just going to cover myself up here with it so you guys can actually read it. This is the image. All right, and I'm going to read this while this is up. So it says Forza Horizon 5 sold 2 million copies on PS5 after 25 days after launch. You might remember that Assassin's Creed Shadows only just passed that milestone after 4 months. Death Stranding 2 has now sold 1 million copies on PS5 after 25 days on the market, but copies sold seem to be stabilizing already. While it's been a huge hit among critics, Death Stranding 2's eccentricity, am I saying that correctly, means its sales have come in below other PlayStation Studios titles, including Astrobot. Still, it's one of those franchises that has a long tail. It will continue to sell well over time, boosted by the PC port, which they say here, and I don't know where they're getting this from. I guess they're just guessing. They say the PC port is likely going to come Q3 2026, so I guess about a year from now, which I guess that's a fair guess, 1 year exclusivity, which will pull in a lot of Chinese players. And then they say here, Astrobot passed 2 million copies sold roughly 3 months after its launch, getting a nice boost in sales from winning Game of the Year and Game of the Year chatter, and its big win. It will pass 3 million by the end of the summer. So this is some, like, I really, really, really want to know how accurate this analytics firm is, because they're just flat out giving us numbers, dude. And I'm still taking it with a grain of salt because we have no way to know how accurate this is. But looking at this chart here, I think it reveals a couple of things. I think it reveals that Forza Horizon has to be one of Microsoft's biggest heavy hitters. And when I look at this, if it's true that it already surpassed 3 million, I have to imagine that Microsoft I have to imagine they're probably quite surprised, at least to a degree. Like, this has to be doing better than they expected. And I think it does pretty much confirm that, yes, Forza Horizon 6 will be a day one PS5 launch. How could it not be? You'd be insane not to launch the next version of this game day one on PS5 after looking at this data. Now, if we look at Death Stranding 2, I don't want to say I'm worried about it, but they do acknowledge that Death Stranding 1 had a long tail. And they do acknowledge that this game will eventually be going to PC. And when it does, it will probably get a significant boost. They seem to believe that it being available on PC, it'll get a big boost from the Chinese market. But there's no denying that Death Stranding 2 was not going to be a big seller, because it's a sequel to an already somewhat niche game, a game that is polarizing and divisive in terms of what it's doing gameplay wise. So a sequel is actually an even harder sell in that case. But I'm going to be interested to get more data on Death Stranding 2, because I hope it does well, man. It would be very disappointing if Death Stranding, I don't think it's going to be a sales failure. I'm not getting that feeling, but it will be disappointing if we find out that Death Stranding just, at the end of the day, it's like, yeah, it didn't do as well as the first game, and it's just not selling as well as seemingly Kojima Productions and Sony would have hoped. That will be disappointing, because I'm at the tail end of Death Stranding 2, and it's an awesome game, man. It deserves, I think, all the success it's finding critically, but I think it deserves sales success as well. But yeah, we do know that with Death Stranding 1, it ended up selling 5 million, even though it seemed like out of the gate it wasn't doing that great. And when it was all said and done, like 5 years later, it ended up amassing like 20 million players. So I do think that Sony and Kojima Productions are probably viewing Death Stranding 2 kind of as like one of these titles where, yeah, it's going to have a long tail. and it's going to get boosts along the way through PC, maybe even an Xbox release somewhere down the line, possibly. And then finally, let's look at Astrobot. The most interesting thing here, out of everything we've learned in this data, in my opinion, is how they just casually drop that Astrobot is going to surpass 3 million units sold by the end of this summer. That's super interesting to me because, well, I have to imagine that's really good for, like, Sony must view that as like, that's, yeah. So it's worth noting that these are estimates. I did mention this multiple times, Dan, that we want to take this data with a grain of salt. These are estimates. These are not official. So if we find out that this data is completely wrong and completely just nonsense, then Alinea Analytics, their credibility is going to go down the drain. But they're speaking pretty confidently here. So I'm just giving them the benefit of the doubt. I don't know that they necessarily earned it, but frankly, to be honest, this is the only outlet that I've seen. This is the only analytics firm that's actually giving numbers. So it could be nonsense. I would be very annoyed if we found out that they're just total nonsense, because then I would question, why would you even release the number? Like, why would you even bother? Dude, you know what? If we find out they're getting these numbers by looking at like reviews and stuff, I'm going to be really frustrated. Because it's just like, bro, what? So I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt right now. And I saw multiple headlines, this past week about Forza selling 3 million, being the best-selling game on PlayStation. But I got to tell you, you're saying they bother because they want clients. They sell a platform. Pretty sure they use reviews. Oof. I hope not, man. There's got to be more to it. There has to be. I'm sorry. It just makes me laugh that they're like to put out charts like this and stuff and be like, yeah, this is all based off of reviews, like user reviews. Oh, man. Well, the final thing here is they say that according to their data, Astrobot is going to sell 3 million copies by the end of the summer. I have to imagine if that's true, Sony's very pleased with that. Let me get this image off the screen now. I have to assume, oh, Leia, I forgot to give you your catnip. Sony has to be very pleased with that because Astrobot is a lower budget game, nowhere near what we see with a lot of other games from Sony, like $200 million, $180 million. Oh, Leia, you got some treats and some catnip. Enjoy. Leia's going to have a good time. And we know that Team Asobi is a smaller studio. They have a smaller headcount. It seemed to me like Sony was thrilled, frankly. Like Sony seemed to be thrilled with Astrobot selling 1.5 million. So if this game manages to have a bit of a tail and it climbs up to 3 million, which this would also explain why they've been releasing, DLC, free DLC for the last 9 months. Yeah, I think that's, honestly, I'm thrilled for Team Asobi. I would love to see Astrobot go on to sell 5 million, 8 million, 10 million one day. But yeah, I'm curious to see where both Astrobot and Death Stranding 2 end up landing when it's all said and done. But the one thing I think we can certainly take away from this is that if it's true Forza Horizon 5 is the best-selling game on the PlayStation 5 this year, then Microsoft, I think, yeah, I don't think you could argue that they made the right decision to bring some of these games over, and certainly bringing Forza over was a good decision. You're going to see Leia going crazy now. She's going to go crazy now. Leia represents Microsoft realizing how many units they just sold on PlayStation 5 of Forza. Irfan, you're saying Sony's earnings calls on August 7th will likely get DS2's official numbers there. I wonder if we'll get an update on Astro's numbers as well. Yeah, Sony sometimes does share the official numbers with their investors when they feel like it's good enough. And thank you for letting me know that, Irfan. I didn't realize it was so soon. Well, let me see if there's anything else written up here. So they say the reasoning for Xbox's push to third party is clear: revenue, stagnating subscriptions, and losing the console war. They say the Steam and PS5 versions of Forza Horizon 5 alone have generated revenue of almost $400 million. The reasoning for Xbox's off platform push is clear. Game Pass subscriber number growth is beginning to plateau, with some growth coming from PC and cloud, but barely any via console, even after Black Ops 6 launched. Publishers are struggling to sell games on Xbox versus PS5, not only due to the smaller installed base, but also because Game Pass's value provision gives subscribers plenty of great titles to play. However, this has led some publishers to skip Xbox, including former second party partner Moon Studios. But Xbox games are selling and selling in droves off platform, and all amid Microsoft's strategy shift towards the generative AI trend. Owing to lofty expectations for that segment, Xbox is now a bigger opportunity cost for Microsoft, which I suspect was a major driver in its decision to lay off thousands of Xbox workers. As mentioned earlier, Xbox is currently transitioning from a console platform holder to a third-party publisher, and its next quote-unquote console won't really be a console. Microsoft will launch another console-like gaming hardware product, but the next Xbox will be a half step towards a PC or even a full PC, a Trojan horse to get Xbox diehards into the PC Windows ecosystem. Microsoft probably will not market the next Xbox as a PC, but in functionality, it will likely get closer than ever. A console that runs like a PC, integrates deeply with Windows, and supports cloud/hybrid gaming. In the end, decoupling flagship IP from consoles lets Xbox tap into PlayStation's massive install base and others to fund development cycles, subsidize Game Pass, Game Pass's user saturation, and reach the masses as it transitions to its next phase. The result is a diversified revenue portfolio, hardware revenues and subscription recurring revenue from loyalists, supplemented by a cut of full game sales on rival stores. But Xbox as a console is dead, or at least dying, and is poised to be replaced by something more PC-like. Over time, the strategy could position Xbox as the industry's most resilient ecosystem across platforms, untethered from the risk of single platform dependency. Everything going on with Xbox right now shows that it's aiming to become the Windows of gaming, a universal layer underpinning play everywhere, uh, portably at home and on every screen. Whether or not that lofty long-term plan plays out remains to be seen, but it's going to be interesting, an interesting few years, that's for sure. So there you go. That is the Alinea Analytics write-up and their report. Again, we have to take everything data-wise and numbers-wise with a grain of salt. I know I've said that numerous times, but I just want to make it clear that those are not official numbers, but they're the only numbers we have. So, yeah, I mean, I agree with that last segment we just read. I feel like just encapsulating everything we've been seeing with Microsoft, they're transitioning, if not already kind of fully converted to being third party. Their games are selling pretty well, some of their games anyway, off Xbox, which, as highlighted by Forza Horizon 5 on PS5, but also some other titles like Sea of Thieves. And yeah, they talk about the next gen Xbox. I'm not going to talk about that. We've discussed that to no end, and we'll just have to wait to get more information. But yeah, it seems like it's pretty clear right now. You can kind of predict the trajectory of Xbox going forward. And I think it looks something like you're going to have the diehard Xbox loyalists continue to support the upcoming hardware, but that hardware is probably going to struggle to sell well, and it's not really going to sell as well as previous hardware. Meanwhile, from the publishing and software side, Microsoft's going to do better than they ever have because they have more studios than ever. They have Call of Duty, so on and so forth. And Game Pass seems like it will just kind of remain where it is. And honestly, when it comes to Game Pass, I think Microsoft's just going to kind of try to maintain it. I think that's really their goal. Obviously they want to grow it, but I think right now they're just focused on we don't want to lose people, so they'll try to keep as many people subbed as possible. Hold on, my YouTube studio just crashed again. Gran Turismo 7 sold 15 million copies. The Gran Turismo franchise total lifetime sales of 106 million. Isn't Gran Turismo Sony's best-selling franchise ever? Which is so crazy to me. You know what's interesting, Omen? I've been seeing people speculating that Sony might consider releasing not Forza. Sony's going to release Forza. Sony might consider releasing Gran Turismo 7 on Xbox after Helldivers. And at first I was like, no way. But then some of the reasoning I heard was like, well, think about it. Forza Motorsport's dead. Microsoft won't be making Forza Motorsport anymore. The team that made Forza Motorsport is now a support team for Forza Horizon. So Microsoft went all in with their arcade racer. So now there's this gap on Xbox, this big gap where there's no more racing sim. I mean, I don't think it's going to happen because honestly, Gran Turismo 7 isn't even on PC, so I don't think it's likely to happen. But it's an interesting thought exercise where it's like, I mean, there's clearly racing enthusiasts on Xbox, right, that would play the Forza Motorsport games. If Sony was like, well, nobody else, I mean, let's face it, Gran Turismo is now the king of racing sims. Maybe, some people say it always has been. It was never not the king. But now it really doesn't seem to have any competition, at least not for Microsoft. Yeah, I mean, that's what I think about too. Like, there was a rumor that apparently one of the reasons why GT7 was not ported to PC, supposedly, was because Polyphony Digital already moved on to, like, they did a PSVR 2 version, and then they moved on to GT8, and they're working on GT8 now. It's worth noting, and I think people should keep this in mind. I don't know if it's getting into the semantics of it, but I'm just going based off of what Sony themselves have said. Sony views Gran Turismo as a single-player game internally. They quantify it or categorize it, not quantify it. They categorize it as a single-player game. They do not put it in the live service category. I think this is important to highlight because it's like when we speculate about what could Sony do with their games and where might they put them, technically, if Sony were to put Gran Turismo 7 anywhere else, it's technically them putting a single-player game. They view it as a single-player game. So, they haven't released a new track in forever. You wouldn't be shocked if they're focused on GT8. I mean, it makes sense. I think Sony and Polyphony Digital want to try to be there within the launch window of the PlayStation 6. Let's face it, Gran Turismo sells. Gran Turismo sells consoles. I think if Sony is smart, Gran Turismo 8 will not launch day one on PC. It currently wouldn't be in development for PC. If they're smart, they won't launch it on Xbox simply because if there's any game, any franchise that I think Sony wants to, here's why you might want to buy a PS6. Come on. GT8. Come on. Gran Turismo's, it's like we just said, it's like Sony's best seller. So I think if you're Sony, you want to leverage that to move consoles. And then maybe later on, if you really want, if Polyphony Digital isn't moving on the GT9, right? Sure, maybe do a PC port or something. But by that point, I guess what I'm trying to say is by the time Gran Turismo 8 comes out, we don't know what the Xbox platform is going to look like. It's hard to say. When you're saying people can't wrap their heads around the fact that Xbox as we knew it is dead. Pretty soon there's nothing to port to. It will just make a Steam version of the Microsoft Windows box. Yeah, I've talked about that, and I try not to really talk about it as much anymore because every time I say that, people misinterpret it. What you just said is correct. As we knew it. Xbox as we knew it is dead. And yeah, there's really, I mean, if it's true that this next box that Microsoft's going to put out really is just mostly a Windows PC, and Steam is the main, like, the main thing to understand here is that if Steam is available, it doesn't, like, the Xbox logo is irrelevant if Steam is available on that box. That needs to be understood. And I feel like there are some people that don't fully grasp that. And that is the perfect representation of what you're saying, where it's like the reason why Xbox is going to be dead as we knew it is because for most people, it's going to be the Steam box. And so you might question, well, then why are they even bothering? Why are they even putting the Xbox logo on it? Because why did they put an Xbox logo on an Asus handheld? Why did they put an Xbox logo on the Quest? Right? They just which VR headset did they? I can't even keep track of it. They just put an Xbox. They just threw an Xbox logo on the Quest VR headset, and it's like the why doesn't matter because the answer's it's very simple. It's branding. It's just branding. That's all it is. The Meta Quest. There we go. Yeah. It's just about branding. They want it to be clear that the Xbox brand is not dead. The Xbox brand is still here. It's still alive. It's not going anywhere. But what it used to be is no longer really going to exist. Xbox now represents third-party publishing. It will have hardware, but it represents PC-based hardware with an Xbox logo. And Game Pass, that's what Xbox represents. And that's fine. That is a complete transformation. But yeah, we do have to kind of question, like, let's speculate for a moment. Let's say GTA 8, Gran Turismo 8 is going to be a PS6 launch title. And let's say it is going to, just for the sake of conversation here, let's say it will be a day one PC launch. It's going to launch day one on Steam as well. Because they want to maximize sales and player base. Why would Sony port that to the Xbox store? You know what I mean? Like anybody who buys the next Xbox console will have access to that game already. Why would they spend time and resources to give them access to it a second time? It wouldn't make literally any sense. So, and that question, by the way, applies to all publishers, all third-party games. Why would, let's say the next-gen version, right? The next-gen version of GTA 6. Why would Rockstar make an Xbox Store version if the PC version is already going to be available through Steam? Assuming by the time we get to the next-gen version of GTA 6, the PC version would have already released. Assuming, right? They wouldn't. They just wouldn't because it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. So we have some interesting times ahead for sure. I will tell you the headline that we just read about Forza Horizon 5 being the best-selling game of the year on PS5, if that's true, I feel like we're in an alternate universe, man. I would have never in a million years expected that to be a headline I was reading 5 years into this console generation. Certainly not. But interesting times ahead. No doubt. And guys, do me a favor. Once again, hit that like button. We're at 121 likes. We're 4 likes away from hitting 125. I think we can push for 150. Hitting the like button lets me know you enjoy the stream, and it helps with YouTube's algorithm more than you know. So take a moment, hit that like button. They still fund high-end game development and publish games. Nothing wrong with a mutually beneficial partnership either. I agree. Yeah, I mean, I still can't quite figure what Sony's reasoning is for launching Helldivers 2 on Xbox. I mean, we've speculated over and over again about it could be for this reason, it could be for that reason, but we haven't gotten an explicit reason from Sony themselves saying this is exactly why we're doing it. And I know it's like, well, money. Well, of course, money. But I mean, when you consider that the Sony is very strategic, right? So we're like, yes, there's money, but we have to think short term, mid term, long term, right? And when we consider that, when we think short term, mid term, long term, and then we think about the strategy for each sector, I'm trying to figure where I'm just trying to understand precisely like what it is Sony is looking. They're clearly looking to find something out. And my question is what? What it like my best guess, truthfully, when it comes to Helldivers 2 going to Xbox, my best guess is I think it's Sony just basically looking at a storefront that is a sinking ship and saying, you know what? This is our big live service game. Let's just throw it on there. Just see what happens. Just see if we can get anything from it. And people don't like that because they're like, well, that seems like a really you're like sacrificing a lot of, not a lot, but you're creating a bit of friction in terms of the way people perceive your platform for a very short term gain. You know, Animal, you're saying that's a stupid take. Well, I mean, Animal, what do you think the reason is? Other than money. I mean, money's a given. Like Sony wants more money. But if Sony wanted more money, they could drop God of War on there, and I guarantee you God of War would sell millions on Xbox. Just because it's holy shit, God of War is on Xbox. So it goes beyond just money. There's a strategy behind it. It could be that simple in the case of Helldivers. I guess what I'll say here is Irfan told me a moment ago that Sony is having their earnings on August 7th. So I'll be curious to see if Sony comments on this. And I think they should. I think investors are going to be asking, like, yo, Sony, what's up with Helldivers on Xbox? What's the strategy there? What's going on? So I think Sony will have to acknowledge it, and they may give non-answers, or they may tell us like straight up, like, this is our plan. And it'll be interesting to get that information because, yeah, I mean, people just kind of want to know, like, well, what does this mean? Just like, what can we expect? It is kind of similar to a degree to the 4 games thing from Microsoft, where it's like people want to know, like, but if it's not 4 games, what else are we getting? The Xbox store makes a lot of money, makes billions. Well, yeah, I should try to clarify that the Xbox store front still makes money. It still has a lot of money flowing in and, through it. It just seems like the viability of growth, like future growth and the viability of it, is diminishing somewhat rapidly, or at the very least, it seems as though we are on the verge of seeing that rapid decay based on a lot of the decisions that Microsoft is making and has made and is making. So will they be able to maintain that money, that like the cash flow that they see now? Will it diminish? Will it just stay where it is? I don't know. I'm not sure. There's so many different factors involved that, frankly, I start to get twisted and turned around with trying to understand like the mid to longer term play here, right? I think generally speaking, if you want to just simplify it, it's like money. Yeah, of course. Yeah, money, profitability, but I don't know. There's multiple strategies at play right now, and it does seem like some are certainly more viable than others. But one thing that we can say with certainty is that these strategies can change at a moment's notice. They can pivot almost instantly. based on whatever reason that the company deems necessary to make it move, to pivot it, to shift it. And I guess the question that I have with PlayStation in particular, so like for example, when I look at Microsoft, yeah, Forza Horizon 6 is going to be day one on PS5. Absolutely. Why? Like, of course, look at this, look at the numbers. Forza Horizon 6 is going to be day one. I wonder to myself, like, so like if Helldivers 2 does incredibly well on Xbox or just even decent, does that mean we're looking at, oh, like here's Fair Games, day one. Here's Dark Outlaw Games, whatever their title is, day one. I don't know. I mean, it would make sense, right? Maybe that's what this is. It's like if Helldivers can't sell well on Xbox, then we shouldn't worry about these other live service games. Although we know Marathon is going to be on Xbox too, so I don't know. It's an interesting time to see these multi-platform shifts and seeing games doing well in places that they were never supposed to show up in the first place. It's a fascinating time, and I do just question how much of this is just for short-term gain and not necessarily a reflection of long-term strategy. That's what I'm looking to get more clarity on in the coming weeks and months and potentially years. Microsoft are not completely incompetent, or they wouldn't be worth $3 billion. They must have some 10 to 15 year plan. That's true. Yeah, I mean, I don't feel comfortable underestimating Microsoft as a company just because, yeah, they're doing something right as a corporation. In the gaming sector, I lose confidence to a degree only because it's like, well, there are certain things that I think apply across the board where it's like, if you can run this, you could probably run that too, right? And it could be pretty good. Sure, but gaming, I do feel like, is a very unique beast in a certain sense. And I think Microsoft, at least some of the executives at that corporation, are learning maybe the hard way that, like, okay, yeah, this isn't as simple as we thought. Like there's more to it. I think you look at something like the fact that the Initiative closed down recently and Perfect Dark was canceled. I think that's like an example of like, yeah, okay, so we need to really we overshot with this one, you know? Could their long-term strategy just be pivoting away from gaming and focusing on AI? I don't think it's about pivoting away from gaming. I think it is about making AI relevant in gaming and Microsoft being at the forefront of that. I think that would make more sense. Oh, when you're saying Xbox needs PlayStation, PlayStation doesn't need Xbox. But when Microsoft publishes their game on PlayStation, it's all extra dough for Sony, 30% on every sale. That's why it's funny. That is true. And it's interesting because, like, for as well as Forza sold, like, yeah, dude, that's Sony's like, yeah, we'll take 30% of 3 million sales. Sure. That's more revenue for Sony. But obviously, Microsoft gets the lion's share of it. But this is where I wonder about Helldivers, where it's like that same notion applies, where let's just say Helldivers is a big sales success on Xbox, just a hypothetical. It sells 5 million units or something. I think that's a little too much, but let's just say it does, right? I mean, Microsoft is getting 30% of that 5 million, but Sony's getting that 70%. So it's all about the percentages, man. I don't know. I mean, the idea that Xbox needs PlayStation is true. It is. And that's to me, that's not a fanboy thing. That's just true, man. Like, Microsoft needs PlayStation and they need Steam. And that's okay, because a lot of our favorite publishers need Steam and need PlayStation. A lot of our favorite franchises need these different, they need multiple platforms to succeed. And that's fine. It's not it looks bad in the case of Xbox just because it was never supposed to be that way. Xbox was never supposed to need these other platforms. But there's a part of me that almost wonders if Microsoft is looking at the sales of Forza Horizon 5 and just being like, dude, we should have done this years ago. Right? And I all I can say at this point, all I can say is what I've said previously, and that is expect anything. If I were to hear at Sony's next earnings call that they're like, yeah, we're going to start porting more games to Xbox, I'm not going to fall out of my chair and be like, oh my God, who could have seen this coming? Because it's like, well, they just announced Helldivers. So we will have to have a conversation on what that means and why they're doing that. But I'm just telling everybody to, at this point in time, do not assume to know what Sony is going to do next, because I will tell you, I've been watching this entire generation. I need to emphasize this entire generation. I've been watching many people, and myself included, I've been partaking in it, assuming, well, this is happening, but this definitely won't happen. Or that happened, I don't think this is going to happen, though. Like, just because A and B happens doesn't mean C is going to happen, and vice versa. And it's just people across the board have been wrong, and then wrong again. Some people have been right, but I'm not saying to, like, I'm part of that. Like, I'm part of the group of people that I've been wrong about numerous things. And what it reveals is, okay, what did we learn here today? You don't know what decisions these corporations are going to make behind the scenes. Nothing wrong with speculating. Nothing wrong with trying to gauge it, just like we continue to do here. But now more than ever, truly, I am like, you know what? I have no idea what Sony's going to do. I have no idea. Somebody tells me, hey, man, Spider-Man's next. Maybe. I don't know. I mean, it would be random, but I don't know. How am I supposed to know? Like, how am I supposed to be the one to say, nah, Sony's not bringing Spider-Man to Xbox? They'll never do that. Meanwhile, literally behind the scenes, as I'm saying that, they're working on a Spider-Man port. And I would never know. I don't know. And I don't think many people really do know. In fact, I will take this as far to say, I think even Sony executives don't really know. Like, I think a Sony if you were to ask Hiroki Totoki, hey, bro, because that's clearly how you would talk to him, you bringing Spider-Man to Xbox, or you going to bring Gran Turismo to Xbox? I think he'd be like, we don't know yet. We don't know yet. We'll let you know. I really think that's what it is. And I say this because I remember when we were watching that Phil Spencer podcast or whatever, or the Xbox Phil Spencer podcast, the Xbox podcast, and Phil was just straight up saying, like, we're just testing this for now. And that's why, like, people kind of clowned on Phil for saying it's just 4 games. But if you go back and you listen to the way he worded it, he didn't say that they won't bring more games. The way he worded it was, it's just 4 games for now. We're seeing how this does. We're testing the waters. And I think that's actually how this stuff operates behind the scenes, where it's like, the reason why we can't know is because even they don't know. Just like right now, it's like, all right, Sony, what's your plan with live service games and Xbox and multi-platform? They'll probably tell you, we don't know. Right now, we're just putting Helldivers on. We'll take it from there. We'll see what happens next. That's, I really think, how it's going behind the scenes with a lot of these companies. Just like, for example, Forza Horizon 5 selling as well as it just did on PlayStation, there's a chance behind the scenes with Microsoft that they're like, we might not want to have Forza Horizon 6 ready to go day one on PS5. We might not want to because we're going to test. We're going to put Forza Horizon 5 out there and we're going to check the appetite. We're going to see how it does. If it's a sales success, green light. Forza Horizon 6, day one PS5. If it's a failure, just keep it on Xbox and PC. And there it is. It's selling 3 million. It's doing incredible numbers for them. And they're like, oh, hell yeah. PS5 day one. That could very well, this is all speculation, by the way. Should go without saying, but that very well could be how it's going behind the scenes. And Lux with a $2 super chat says, Microsoft's two shareholders, we made Microsoft two shareholders, we made 14 billion more than Nintendo. I don't know if I'm reading that correctly. Oh, you're saying that's Microsoft. That's what Microsoft's saying to their shareholders, that we made 14 billion more than Nintendo. Okay. And Venino with a $2 super chat says, Microsoft betting PlayStation Store will get regulated/open. You're not the first person to say that. Yeah, I've seen people saying that that's the kind of 4D chess move behind the scenes with Microsoft, that's secretly what they're kind of trying to push for. Yeah, I mean, that's something Sony does have to keep in mind as well. I'm sure Sony's a little bit worried about that. Anyway, all this is to ultimately say that we are living in a time in July 2025 in gaming where things are more multi-platform than ever. Whether you think it's good or bad, whether you like it, whether you don't, kind of is irrelevant to the fact of the matter that it is what it is. We are living in a more multi-platform era than ever before. Does this mean exclusives are gone? No. Does this mean there's no form of exclusivity? No. Does this mean that exclusives don't have a place to some degree? No. Sony still has timed exclusives. Nintendo has full exclusives. And when that will, or if that will ever change, remains to be seen. But at least when it comes to focusing in on Microsoft and Sony, not really Nintendo, on the Microsoft side of things, yeah, it seems like they're pretty much all in. And I don't think anybody would disagree with that. It seems like the signal is there and it's been made clear that we are all in. When it comes to Sony, I think we're in a kind of in-between place where I think it depends on who you ask. I think some people will say Sony is all in, you just don't know it yet. Some people will say they're definitely never going all in. And my opinion on that, I guess to kind of wrap up this topic before we move on to the next, is, yeah, I'm not necessarily convinced that Sony is all in with anything, frankly. Because the one thing that Sony has seemingly conveyed to me over the last 5 to 6 years is that they, like I said, they are willing to kind of pivot their strategy at a moment's notice. One moment they're all in on Concord. The next moment they're literally telling you, we're refunding you. This never happened. Please look forward to Astrobot. You know, it's like one moment we're celebrating Ghost of Tsushima and The Last of Us Part 2 only on PlayStation, massive exclusives. And then the next moment they're like, yeah, we're dropping Horizon and Days Gone on PC with more to come. One moment we're celebrating the single player renaissance, you know, or maybe the golden age of single player games with the PS4, saying it's going to be even better with the PS5. And the next moment Sony's like, well, we're gonna make like 10 live service games too, you know. And I'm not. I know that all sounds bad, but it's just to reveal that like sometimes these things just don't go in the direction that it seems like they're gonna go in. They deviate. And again, that's Sony shifting it a little bit. So just expect anything, man. Did I expect Forza Horizon 5 on PlayStation? Hell no. Did I expect it to sell 3 million copies on PlayStation and be the best-selling game? Hell no. Did I expect that Sony was just going to come out and announce Helldivers 2 go on Xbox? Hell no. So, who knows what's next, man? Who knows? Next week, Sony announces Astrobot Xbox port. Oh, man, could you imagine that? Now, that I would fall out of my chair. That would make me fall out of my chair. Astrobot Xbox port, bro. Gonna have Master Chief in there. Master Chief bot. We do have one more follow-up here, by the way, before we move on to a couple of other bonus topics I have here. The follow-up comes from the game business. And they say, and this was actually reported on by the PS5 subreddit, says Xbox is expected to announce more game ports to other platforms, including Nintendo Switch 2 and PS5, in the coming weeks. From Games Business Today, speaking on the Games Business show after the release of the latest Circana market data for the U.S., Matt Piscatella discussed the success of Forza Horizon 5 and Stellar Blade. He says Xbox is expected to announce more game ports to other platforms, including the Switch 2 and PS5, in the coming weeks. So, my signal there is Gamescom. We know Gamescom is happening in a couple weeks, but you know, at the same time, Microsoft has been known to just drop game announcements, literally just any day now, randomly. So, oh, you mentioned Starfield. I do want to. I have this as well. So this is from PlayStation Lifestyle. Microsoft has been steadily releasing some of its first-party games onto PS5 recently, some of which have proven to be profitable for the company's gaming brand. One that PlayStation gamers are eagerly awaiting, although I don't think we can speak for everybody, is Bethesda's spacefaring RPG Starfield. While an earlier report claimed it would release this year, that may no longer be the case. This rumor comes from insider Nate the Hate. On X, a user asked if they heard any news or anything new about the PS5 port of Starfield, and the insider claims that the port is still happening, but it may have been delayed. So the person says, "Hi, Nate. Anything new about Starfield's PS5 port? Thanks." Nate the Hate says, "Still happening, but release may have slipped a touch later than originally planned. We'll update you when I can." Initially, Nate the Hate claimed that Starfield PS5's release date announcement was to be sometime this year. A specific window for the announcement was unknown, but it was suggested that the time gap between its announcement and release was short. Xbox and Bethesda have yet to reveal Starfield's release on PS5 formally. Additionally, as Nate the Hate suggests, these plans can always change at any point. So for now, take this information with a grain of salt. But yeah, somebody in the chat mentioned Starfield. According to Nate the Hate, it is still coming to PS5, but the announcement, it's just been slightly delayed. So yeah, Starfield's not for me. That's not a game I'm anticipating at all. But it will be, it will be one that I think quite a few PS5 players will gravitate towards. I think that's a game that has the potential to sell pretty well on PS5 overall. They're going to get the DLC out on Xbox for Starfield, then they're going to port it with all the DLC and then charge a buttload of money. Yeah, they're going to have the $100 version. Yeah, Starfield just never appealed to me, man. Not my cup of tea. But you think it could sell 3 to 5 million on PlayStation? I could see that potentially, yeah. I think Starfield represents a game that actually could definitely sell better on PlayStation than it did on Xbox. Like, I don't think Forza sold better on PlayStation than it sold on Xbox, but Starfield, I just get this feeling that, yeah, that could do it. That could be the game. It just got an update. Well, there you go. We have more Xbox PS5 port announcements coming, and Switch 2 for that matter, in the coming weeks, and Nate the Hate says that Starfield is still on its way. So there you go. Now let's move on to the next topic, and this should be, let me double check. This should be the final formal topic of the stream today. So the Nintendo Switch 2 has beat the PS4 to become the fastest selling gaming hardware in US history. Coming from WCCF Tech, they say the Nintendo Switch 2 is now the fastest selling piece of video game hardware in the US in the video games in the video game industry's history. There we go. With 1.6 million units sold in the US, according to Circana, executive director and analyst Matt Pescatella. It decisively crushed the previous record holder, the PlayStation 4, which sold 1.1 million units in its debut. Since the Nintendo Switch 2 launched last month, we've seen multiple reports about how it is selling like hotcakes around the world, including the United States. Just 4 days from launch, the Switch 2 had reached 3.5 million units sold around the world. It was selling twice as fast as the original Switch when it launched in 2017, and it was already breaking records for the US in its first week. With Piscatella's report from June 2025, he confirms the Switch 2 is solidly in first place and also shows how impactful the console's launch was on the video game industry for the month, with hardware spending up 249% compared to June 2024. It should also not come as a surprise that the Nintendo Switch 2 is the best-selling bit of video game hardware in the US for the month in terms of units and dollars, beating the PS5 for the month. That said, the PS5 is still the best-selling piece of hardware for 2025 in both categories, though it will be interesting to see if that changes before the year is up. Another significant part of the Switch 2's blockbuster launch is that 82% of people who bought a Nintendo Switch 2 in the US in June also bought Mario Kart World, either through the Switch 2 bundle or as a physical game separate from the console. The second best-selling game for the Nintendo platform last month was Cyberpunk 2077, followed by Rune Factory, Guardians of Azuma in third, and The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom and Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, rounding out the top 5 in 4th and 5th place, respectively. So, yeah, what are we thinking about this data for the Switch 2? Is this, I mean, I feel like it's not surprising, right? Like 1.6 million units. It's now the fastest selling. It's interesting that it beat the PS4. And I forgot that the PS4 was still the number one console. Do we think that the Switch 2 is now going to see a major slowdown, like some people are predicting? Or do we think that this is just a sign that this console is going to continue to sell like hotcakes, continue to sell incredibly well? Cyberpunk's going to get another 10 million on Switch 2? Well, my read on this is simply that the Switch 2 in no way, shape, or form is a failure. And I don't think anything we're seeing is indicative of potential failure coming up. I could be wrong about that. I think there will be a little bit of a slowdown because, I mean, you know, the launch is a big pop, right? But my overall read, my prediction for now anyway, yeah, and the holidays are coming up too, so the slowdown may be non-existent, come to think of it. Yeah. With the holidays coming up, there might be no slowdown. But my prediction here is that the Switch 2 generation, I mean, I know I'm making a bold prediction because I'm trying to predict the entire generation for the Switch 2. I think it's going to be just as good as the Switch 1 in terms of unit sales when it's all said and done. I could see it falling below the Switch 1, but being relatively close. Like, I don't think we're going to see the Switch 2 stop at 90 million and then, you know, it's nowhere near the Switch 1. I don't see that happening. And I feel like when you look at the fact that it's breaking records, you know, it's breaking records, it's doing incredibly well. And I don't know, man. Nintendo, I know that there's a lot of people very upset with them and a lot of people that really don't like the way they're handling things, but it just seems, frankly, like they're kind of unstoppable, man. I say this as somebody just from the outside looking in, where I'm not a Nintendo player. I don't even consider myself a Nintendo fan necessarily. I look at it and I'm like, man, they, I mean, what could stop it? You know? What could stop it? I don't think the Switch 2 is getting in the way of what Sony's doing with the PS5, but Garrett, you do think the Switch sales will slow down now that the hardcore Nintendo fans bought it? Chase says he'll get a Switch when there's a Zelda limited edition. Eternal, you're saying, excuse me, you're saying your problem with the Switch 2 is they increased costs on things like their controller, but improved none of the shortcomings. They also launched with very few must plays. People are bored of MK World already. Really? I mean, just I'm asking really on that last part about people being bored of Mario Kart World. Nintendo makes their systems for exclusives, not third party. Hmm. Yeah, Ray says he'll buy a Switch 2 when the OLED model comes out. We know that's coming at some point. Venino, you're saying you returned your Switch 2. Why did you return it? That's interesting. Terrence, you think the bulk of the sales of the Switch 2 are going to be from parents buying it for their kids? There's a Pokemon launching this winter as well. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's going to do massive numbers. Why didn't I realize that there was a Pokemon coming this year? Oh, when you're saying hardcore performance gamers really don't get Nintendo at all, it's all about exclusives and gameplay, brand power. Nintendo is the brand for casual moms and pops buying. Polygons, you're saying I originally bought a Switch 2. It's now Mrs. Polygon Switch 2. That's funny, bro. That's funny. Well, I need to ask you guys this question. You know what? Let me look it up first. I'm going to look it up before I ask you guys. It says, okay. All right, hold on. So this is an AI overview. I typed in Switch 2 sales expectations. It says here the initial sales of the Nintendo Switch 2 in the US were expected to reach 1.8 million units in the first month, but the actual sales were slightly lower at 1.6 million. While this still made it the fastest selling game hardware in US history, the initial expectations were not fully met, according to IGN. This discrepancy led to some discussion about whether the Switch 2 would meet Nintendo's overall sales targets for the system. So it says here launch sales. The Switch 2 launched in June and sold 1.6 million units in the US. Expected versus actual. Nintendo has initially projected 1.8 million units to be sold in the US during its first month, according to a YouTube video. But the actual figures were according to a YouTube video. What? Wait. Wait, is that not actually according to Nintendo? Damn you, AI. Classic AI. AI moment, bro. I'm going to check with this YouTube video. Is this a Nintendo YouTube video? Let me check. Hold on. Don't let the headlines fool you, folks. Oh, this is a Nintendo YouTuber. Well, wait, hold on. So I'm trying to figure out if this 1.8 million sales expectation is legitimate or not. Where does that come from? It says Nintendo had initially projected 1.8 million, but that says it's according to a YouTube video, and then it links this video. Some analysts had predicted the Switch 2 would sell 5.4 million in its first month. Dude, it's giving me multiple YouTube videos. but I'm not seeing anywhere where it's saying Nintendo actually expected 1.8 million. I'm just trying to figure that part out. I mean, it's not a huge deal. No, like even if they did underperform by 200,000 sales in the US, it's not massive at all. I mean, it's a significant number, but it's not like, oh my god, we missed our target by like a million. I'm just trying to figure out where this number is coming from. That's all. I just need to know if it's legitimate or not. I mean, I don't want to watch this whole video. I'm just skimming through it. All right, I'm going to refer to my chat now because AI failed me. Well, AI didn't fail me, but it's not giving me the answer. Does anybody here know? Can you point me in the direction? Did Nintendo have an expectation of 1.8 million? Was that their sales expectation for the US? Or can anybody tell me where that number comes from? Because this is either one of those things where it's just made up or it's legitimate. And I mean, it's weird because like the AI overview is telling me. Like it literally says right here, Nintendo had initially projected 1.8 million units to be sold in the US during its first month, according to a YouTube video. But that's not. And then I click the YouTube video, it takes me to a YouTuber. And I'm skimming through the video, and I don't see. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't matter. There was a leak from Nintendo, but it was a template leak, not a projection. Oh, Terrence, okay. Is that where that's coming from? That would explain it. So it was a template leak. Okay. Interesting. So they failed at breaking records. Actually, no. The irony is they still broke records. They just failed to break them on the level that they wanted to, I guess. I don't know. That would explain it, though. That would explain it. So if there was a template leak, and the template maybe said that that was their initial expectation, didn't that, yeah, is that the same leak that it said it sold 5 million, but they were like, no, we're not confirming anything? It was a template where they update the numbers before putting the numbers out. Okay. Interesting. Well, I mean, I'll be honest, man. If you're Nintendo, like let's just say that is true, that they had an expectation of 1.8 million. If you missed that target by 200,000 units and you still broke pretty much every record and you're still selling incredibly well, I mean, can you really be that upset? Wow, 0 Point, you're just finding out now. Yeah. Unfortunately, it's true. We talked about it a little bit at the beginning of the stream. But, yeah. Nintendo doesn't do cross-gen. They make exclusives for the new system. Omen says, let that sink in. Yo, 0 Point, that's a crazy follow-up sentence. 0 Point says, Hulk Hogan died, what the F? And then follows up by saying, crazy. I'm more of a Stone Cold Steve Austin fan. No, but he says, well, rest in peace, Hulk Hogan. Dude, I've had multiple people come in today. Yeah. And they like find out. I guess they found out maybe during the stream. Well, all in all, it seems like the Switch 2 is doing well. I don't really have any animosity towards it. I don't really have an axe to grind with Nintendo, mainly because I'm just disconnected from Nintendo. Um, this is one of those instances where I'm just on the bleachers, man. I'm on the sidelines, just watching. But I will get a Switch 2 at some point, like I said. Mrs. MBG has been showing interest in the Switch 2. She is waiting. She's specifically waiting for a new Animal Crossing, but Nintendo's going to be announcing new games. They're going to be doing more directs, and so it's just a matter of time till I eventually get a Switch 2. Maybe next year. Maybe this holiday. I don't know. The real question is, how much will I play it? Isley says, I'm taking a trip to Japan and buying a Vita while I'm there. That's awesome. That sounds like it's going to be a fun trip, Isley. I hope you have a good time. And you're buying a Vita. Legendary. Assassin's Creed Shadows is coming to Switch 2. Omen says Yote's coming up. Yahoo! I don't know why that Yahoo made me laugh, bro. Hell yeah. When I was making my video today, I actually had 2 Ghost of Yote topics, but I wasn't able to fit them in. I could have, but it would have made the video like 20 minutes. But I'm like, you know what? I'll save it for tomorrow's video. Because I think we're getting even more Ghost of Yote information today. It seems like there's other interviews that the studio directors did. They're like just making the rounds. By the way, guys, we're going to do another push here. We're at 136 likes. If you haven't, take a moment, hit the like button. I want to see if we can push this to 150 likes. It really helps the streams. You have to not impulse buy based on FOMO or fear of lack of supply. Terrence, you're saying the PSP is the GOAT of all portable systems? The PSP was really good. I remember I had a PSP, and I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it for a little bit, but then I just completely fell out of it for some reason. I can't remember why. I don't remember why. You know what's even crazier? See, my memory is so bad, dude. And I don't know why it is, but I remember having a PSP. I remember certain moments with it. I can't remember what happened to it. I don't know if I feel weird for that. I don't know. Like, I just can't even remotely remember like whatever happened to it. Now, granted, growing up, I moved a lot. My parents were always moving. Like every year I was moving to a new town, a new house, new apartment, whatever. So I guess it's maybe I could chalk it up to things like I think about a lot of things I used to have that I just don't ever know what happened to them. Probably just lost them, moving around and stuff. Now I feel a little sad. I never found out. You know what? I wonder if it ever got traded in. Come to think of it. There's a good chance at some point in my life I could have traded it in. Yeah, I don't know. Oh. You know what? I have a memory. I think I do. Yeah. Bro, okay, hold on. It's coming back to me now. Oh, so I got to be careful because I don't like disclose my location, but like I moved to this new house and the year, I think it was 2006. Wow, that's so weird, dude. Memory is such a weird thing. Like I feel like I'm putting together puzzle pieces in my brain. Cuz these two memories felt so fragmented and far apart, but in reality it's like, dude, that happened probably within a 9-month frame where I got a PSP in 2005. And I distinctly remember playing this PSP where I was living at the time. Because I remember like walking to a friend's house while using it and stuff like that. or I took the bus to school and I would play it on the bus. But then I also remembered that in 2006, by that point, I moved my family had moved and I was living in another house. And I remember playing Metal Gear Solid Portable Ops on it. And that's like, I think, the last distinct memory I have of using the PlayStation Portable. And I remember thinking, honestly, I remember thinking to myself how much I was annoyed that why isn't this game on the PlayStation 2 right now? I like the PlayStation Portable, but this Metal Gear game, it's Metal Gear. It's got to be on the PS2. What's going on? I never owned Metal Gear Acid. I never played it. I never owned it. I remember seeing it and thinking, well, that looks weird. That doesn't seem very Metal Gear. I wonder, was it good? Was Metal Gear Acid good? We all did that blasted getting older phase. Yeah, I just like freaked myself out because what those two memories, I swear, felt like they were years apart. But timeline wise, it's like, no, dude, that was less. Well, hold on. Now I'm confused. When did Portable Ops come out? Portable Ops came out. Oh, wow. Okay. December 5th. So I had to have gotten that for Christmas then. And I was definitely playing it going into 2007 because it came out December 5th, 2006. So I had my PSP still then. And I was playing Portable Ops probably going in from December into. Huh. Weird, man. Man, memory is such a weird thing. I don't like how your brain just kind of messes, at least mine. Like it's the timeline in my head is just effed, man. It's so effed. Like I can't. I'm like remembering things so wrong. And then when I it's like release dates of products and games that kind of keep it tethered together. Where it's like, oh wait, yeah. Yeah, I don't know why. I'm trying to think of other. I know I had a Madden game on PSP. I had a Madden game. I had some kind of weird RPG dungeon crawler. I don't know. I don't even know what it was called. I had Metal Gear Solid Portable Ops. I'm not sure what other games I could have played. Surely there had to have been other ones. There had to have been. There's no way I only had 3 games for the PSP. I don't know. Maybe I did. Maybe I did. Looking back at my younger self, I don't know. I don't think I was weird. Maybe I was a little weird. I feel weird looking back at my younger self because I don't understand why I did what I did. Like, for example, my thought with the PSP is like, I thought I had a PSP and I remember begging my parents for it and I got one. But then I also just kind of remember like, I'll just use it sometimes, I guess. And like, I'm like, what was wrong with you? Why did you want it that bad? And then you're just like, I guess it's okay. You know what, though? I do distinctly remember. I remember watching G4 TV around the time that the PlayStation Portable was launching, and they were covering it constantly. And that was probably it. I think it was one of those things where, like, I was a young kid being marketed to, and the PSP just looked like the greatest thing ever made, you know? And they were just showing it off and showing games on it. And I'm like, yo, I need that. You were weird, MBG. You got sued by an old man for skating. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I think I was a troubled kid, you know? And I think there's a lot of reasons for that. But I'll be honest, man, like, I don't know how I turned out the way I did. I feel kind of lucky. Like, looking back on certain things, it's like I could have went down many different paths in life. And the things that I was, surrounded by, and the things that the environments I grew up in, it's like, I genuinely sometimes wonder, I'm like, man, You turned out better than you expected. Could have been a lot worse. Could have been a lot worse. So you'll still be gaming in the retirement home. Oh, dude. That's a weird thought. That's a weird thought. Our generation being elder and being in these homes, like, what is that going to look like, dude? What's that going to look like? Eternal says, yeah, we survived at least. Yeah, man. I mean, life is crazy. I remember I had a Game Boy Advance and then the Game Boy SP came out, right? I must have been annoying the shit out of my parents at this time, dude. The Game Boy Advance released. When did that come out? Wait, what? The Game Boy Advance came out in 2001. Oh, now I'm all messed up. Then when did I get one? Game Boy Advance SP. When did that come out? Came out February 14th, 2003. Yeah, I don't know. The only thing I remember is if I can remember correctly, I was at a summer rec, and one of the things a lot of kids did at the summer rec program I was in was just play their Game Boys, mainly Pokemon. At that time, it was Pokemon Sapphire and Ruby. Oh man, this is messing me up so bad. So these games came out in 2002. So it had to be summer 2003. That's the only thing it could have been. It had to be summer 2003. I'm at Summer Rec. I'm seeing kids playing the new Pokemon games on their Game Boy Advance. Some kids had Game Boy Advances, some had Game Boy Advance SPs, and I think I got a Game Boy Advance first, and I think I got Sapphire, or no, Ruby was the one I was playing. But then I was seeing other kids using their Game Boy Advance SPs, and I was like, damn, those look so much better. And so I think I like basically asked my parents if they could get me one, and they did. And then I was playing that on the SP. And what's interesting is around that time too. So like the following year, 2004, that's when, if I recall correctly, that's when Resident Evil was coming out. And see, that was like my last Nintendo phase, is playing the Game Boy Advance SP, playing those Pokemon games. Those are, I don't remember playing I know I played other games, but I don't remember which ones I was playing. And I remember hearing about Resident Evil 4 and following it and seeing that it was going to be a GameCube exclusive, and that guaranteed I'm getting a GameCube. I'm like, yeah, I'm getting a GameCube. Like I begged my parents for it. My parents probably, looking back on it, man, like, geez, I was probably like every couple of months be like, I need this now. I need that now. Exclusive games, man. And yeah, I remember I ended up actually getting a GameCube, and I remember playing Resident Evil. You know what's weird though? See, this is what I'm talking about with my memory, where it's like I begged my parents for a GameCube. I do not recall playing Resident Evil 4 on the GameCube. The release date for the PS2 version, October 2005. Yeah, I don't know. I just have this, there's something like broken in my memory that I can't, I'm going to have to be hypnotized to give you my full rundown. But there was definitely, I had a GameCube, And I, for some reason, do not. And I know I asked for that GameCube because I wanted to get Resident Evil 4, and I don't recall playing Resident Evil 4 on it. The only thing I can surmise here is that I did get a GameCube and I did get Resident Evil 4. I really didn't like the GameCube controller and I was struggling with it, and I was too used to the PlayStation 2. And I tried playing Resident Evil 4 on it and I couldn't, and I had a hard time. And then I basically like just stopped playing the GameCube and went back to PS2. But I don't know. That's just a guess. But what I can tell you is that the GameCube, the last time I earnestly cared about Nintendo, like to a point where it's like I need a Nintendo product, like I want a Nintendo product. The last time I earnestly cared about it was with the GameCube for Resident Evil. That's the last I remember. I had a Wii that was gifted to me at one point in my life, and I used that for a little bit. And I'm like, I'm good. And the Switch, I ended up getting a Switch for Mrs. MBG here, and we played some Mario Party and Super Smash Bros. But that's about it, man. It's possible, Laz. Yeah, you're saying I was abducted by aliens and had my memory deleted. It's possible. Yeah. Who's to say? Who's to say? PS1 was the best part, or the best. The PS1, I wish my memory was better. Do you know what game I remember playing? This was so weird, dude. You're talking about like an early PS1 memory. I had to have been like 6 or 7 years old, maybe even younger than that. And this was during the Blockbuster days, right? So Blockbuster was still a thing. You could go to Blockbuster and rent PS1 games. And I would go to Blockbuster with my parents sometimes, or my mom or dad would take me. And I think I remember this one instance where we went to Blockbuster. My dad took me, and there was this game. I don't know. I think I did this thing, and I'm sure like you guys probably, anybody who was a kid growing up going to Blockbusters, you probably had the same issue where like you just kind of couldn't make a decision, and your parents would get really annoyed, and they're like, all right, come on. Like, you got to pick something. Pick something or you ain't getting nothing. And you're like, And dude, I remember picking this game. I need to see if I can find the name of it. It's like a Looney Tunes PS1 Wile E. Coyote game. Yes. Oh my bro. Anyone remember Sleep Raider? I rented this game. I'll see if I can bring up an image. Here it is. Looney Tunes Sheep Raider. Was that supposed to be a play on a Tomb Raider? Let's see if it'll let me show the image. Here we go. Bro, this was the game I rented from Blockbuster, man. And I was really bad at video. I don't know if it was me. PS1 era games are kind of infamous for being, a tough transitional period, because, it's like a, oh, wow. This is bringing back memories. It's a tough transitional period into 3D games. And I remember, like, I didn't know what to do in this game. I like couldn't play it right. I was struggling. And I think if I remember correctly, my uncle was over and I was asking him to try to like figure it out. And like nobody could figure it out. Like not even my dad couldn't figure it out. My uncle couldn't figure it out. Let me see if I can get an image of what this game looked like. But this is just such an obscure PS1 memory, dude. Look at this. Look at that. Not too bad, actually. Like, graphically, not too bad. I don't know if this is what it actually looked like or if this is like an upscaled version. But I think, to be honest, I think the game that I have the best memories with on the PS1, somebody said it in the chat. It's got to be Spider-Man, bro. It's got to be Spider-Man PS1. Let me bring that up. I mean, this game, I think I have to give a lot of credit. What was this, Neversoft? I got to give a lot of credit to Neversoft for this game, because this might be the first game that really clicked with me. Let me see if I can bring up a picture. Spider-Man PS1 is such a classic, dude. Oh my God. Hold on. Hold on. It's a little zoomed in. Spider-Man PS1, bro. This game was so good. This game probably still holds up, I bet you. I bet you it does. And I got to give a lot of credit to the Spider-Man 1 game, because I think this may have been the first game that I got it. Like, I got it. I remember on the PS1, I played a lot of different games. I was a young kid, so I'd play, like, you know, SpongeBob, going for the Looney Tunes game. But this was the one I was like, yes, I'm feeling it. The design was so good. So shout out to Spider-Man 1. And it's crazy. Dude, you see that picture? That's Spider-Man on the PS1. And you look at where we are with Spider-Man 2, and it's like, holy shit. Game still holds up. Crash Bandicoot was another one. Oh, Crash 3 specifically. Warped, I think that's what it was called. Yeah, some of these PS1 memories are starting to come back. Crash 3 Warped, I really enjoyed. I never really played much of Crash 1 and 2. It was mainly Warped. Twisted Metal, I played a little bit, but I think that was mainly when I was over my cousin's. He was really into Twisted Metal. You know what PS1 game I played a decent amount of? Oh, wow, there's even more coming to me now. I don't know how, like, it's because sometimes they don't feel like they're PS1 games. Dude, Medal of Honor, like the first Medal of Honor, I remember my dad encouraged me to get that game because, you know, he's in the military and he's like, oh, why don't you get that one? I'm like, okay. And I really sucked at it. X-Men. Was there an X-Men PS1 game? I wonder if you know what? I don't think I played any X-Men PS1 games. I'm seeing a couple pop up. X-Men Mutant Academy 2. Didn't play that. Didn't play the first Mutant Academy. Was that like a fighting game? X-Men versus Street Fighter. Yeah, you know, I never played any of the X-Men games on then Marvel versus Capcom. Resident Evil 2 is a big PS2 game that I was so enthralled with, but I couldn't play it. Resident Evil 2 on the PS2 was awesome, and I was like, this is so sick, but I was a scared little baby. I'm not even kidding. I was a scared little baby. I couldn't play Resident Evil 2. Turok, dude, let me tell you. I'm trying to remember I don't know which Turok game it is. I talked about this before, but I have a very distinct memory of me and my cousin on the Nintendo 64 playing couch co-op, basically, PvP. I think it was the second or third Turok game, and he always whooped my ass. But man, it's the memories there. So it genuinely feels like a lifetime ago. But yeah, man, I remember playing Turok with my cousin on the N64, not even on the PS1. Oh yeah, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2. I think I played the first one as well. Yeah, I know I played the first one, but I think 2 was the one that clicked with me more. Holy shit, dude. Sometimes I forget these games come from the PS1 era. Damn. The PS1 gen was, because that's what's interesting is like I started with Nintendo like most people do, but PlayStation won me over even during the PS1 days, where I just like, I don't know, I was gravitating more towards the games. I remember playing Spyro. Dude, I remember I remember going over this kid's house. It was this Asian kid that I don't, I'm not going to, I'm not going to speak upon the circumstances as to why I was over this kid's house, but um I remember we were, you know, playing the PS1 and he had this like Jurassic Park game where it was a fighting game where you played as a dinosaur. You picked your dinosaur and you would fight. All right, you can let her in. Oh, hold on, I gotta let Luna in. Luna, you already got treats. You already got treats. Dude, I remember Dino Crisis as well. That scared the living shit out of me. But this like fighting Jurassic Park game where you just pick the dinosaur and it wasn't Primal Rage. No, I think it was literally a Jurassic Park game. Let me see. Yeah, I got it right here. Oh my god. It was so bad. I'm gonna bring the picture up now. This was it, man. It is a Jurassic Park fighting game for the PS1. I feel like I didn't like it very much though. But I think it was like the only game the kid had or whatever. You know what I want to know? What Batman games were there for the PS1? Because I remember I was in the Batman as a kid. Batman PS1 games. Oh, I remember. Oh, there's a couple here I remember dabbling with. So there's the Batman Beyond game. That I remember. And then the Batman Gotham City Racing. I remember getting Batman Gotham City Racing and being like, this sucks. I actually remember that distinctly. And I remember the reason why I thought it sucked is because I'm like, I just want to, like, why can't I get out of the vehicle? And I know it's funny because it says racing on the title, but I just remember being like, what the hell? Like that's it? That's it? I'm just racing. Okay. The Batman Beyond game, let me see. That one I have a little bit more of a better memory with. What did that look like? Does it look like how I remember? Batman Beyond game, PS1. Oh, yeah, I remember this one. I think if I can remember correctly with this Batman Beyond game, I think this was one of those games that filtered me where I just sucked at it and I couldn't make progress because I just sucked at it and I kept getting pissed off. I'll show you a picture of this one too. And I remember that I was watching Batman Beyond as a kid. The Batman Beyond PS1 game. Yo, hold on though. Hold on. Let's take a moment. You want to talk about great Batman games? Let's talk about PS2 era Batman games. Okay, let's talk about. I got two for you. There were two PS2 era Batman games that were. It was just like the GOAT Batman games. Can we talk about? Hold on. Bring it up. Let's talk about the fact that this is not fitting on the screen. PlayStation 2 Batman Begins. Did anybody play this game? Did anybody play the Batman Begins game for the PS2? Come on, there's got to be somebody here who's played it. Because it's so good. It was so good, man. Christian Bale even reprised his role. Dwayne Johnson played it. He knows. Dude, this game was really good. It was really, really good. I remember playing it on the PS2. I want to see if I can find gameplay image. Does it look as cool as I remember it looking? All right. Graphically, it looks kind of rough. I'm not going to lie. Oh, no, it's not that bad. It's just funny when you're a kid playing these games in your mind, they look so much better. Not too bad. But I remember one of the cool things about this game is it actually did stealth really well. The Batman Begins PS2 game actually nailed stealth. But there's one more Batman PS2 game. And this one I thought was really, really good. I got like kind of addicted to this game. Does anybody know? Does anybody know what game I'm talking about? Before I put it up. It's a Batman PS2 era game. You played it, Ray, but it wasn't your cup of tea. Maybe it's not as good as I remember. The Batman Begins game. It might not be as good as I remember. But here we go. Batman Rise of Sinzu, bro. This was a classic beat 'em up. And this game was good. I got addicted to this game, man. And this was always my favorite version of Batman. I don't know, like I liked his outfit, the gray and the black. Wait, Ray, did I misread? Batman Vengeance. Batman Vengeance. This game looks... I've seen this game before. Oh, I never played it, though. Yo, this looks like something I'd love to play. I guess I missed this one. Damn. It looks really good, actually. Was it like a single-player game? Like with a story? Classic PS1 and PS2 memories, though, man. Good stuff. Zone of the Enders. I never played Zone of the Enders. You miss beat 'em up games? Oh, I didn't know that, Ray. I didn't realize that Sinzu was the follow-up to Vengeance. Interesting. Interesting. Imagine Insomniac doing a modern day. Oh, dude. A modern day Superman game. Yo, I was one of the people. I was one of the kids that had the unfortunate experience of playing Superman 64. How could I not mention that? Dude, oh my God. I don't remember if I bought the game or rented it, but I remember I had access to Superman 64. I think this was probably not too long after I got the Nintendo 64. And I remember, like, dude, as a kid, I remember feeling like either I'm really stupid and don't know how to play games, or this game is fucking awful. And I wasn't sure, because like there was a part of me where I'm like, it could just be me. But I remember my cousin, I think, was trying to help me play it, and even he couldn't figure it out. And he was really good at video games at that time. He was like a lot better than me. And dude, look at this. This image is cursed. This image is bringing back bad memories. This Superman 64 image, no, my God, it's so bad. It was so bad. It's funny to think as a kid, man, like, you're just a dumb kid. I don't know what's good. I don't know what's bad. But this game I knew was bad. Bad. And like, look at this picture. Just look at the graphics, man. Even for the Nintendo 64, like, this was just awful. Where is it? Look at that. Like, it's just so bad. I remember you couldn't do shit. You couldn't do shit in this game. Yeah, so that was my first time ever experiencing a Superman game, and it was quite literally the worst experience I could have had. Actually, come to think of it, I don't think I've played another Superman game since. Are there other Superman games? The second gen Fog. Dragon was a Bruce Lee fighting game on the SNES and Genesis. I never heard of it. A proper Superman game would be awesome. Absolutely. Omen, I agree. A proper Superman game. I mean, I feel like we need one. How have we not gotten like a proper Superman game? I know there's been others, but I can't recall. The last time I played as Superman in a game was probably an Injustice. And before that, I don't know if prior to that, it may have been Superman 64. Oh, I hope that's not true. That's really cursed. That's bad. That's bad, bad. Whoa. Luna's really starting to get comfortable in this cat tower. Eating that catnip. Luna still makes me scared that she's gonna like attack me. I know, Captain Hook. What the hell, bro? Like, how is that even possible? Insomniac could probably make an incredible Superman game. I mean, I would really trust Insomniac with any kind of superhero type game or supervillain game or whatever. Has there even been a Superman game since 64? I know that there was, unless I'm making this up or I'm like imagining it, but I'm pretty sure there was a Superman game for the Superman movie that came out in 2006 or 7, around that time. Yeah, we got the news supremacy. Very sad. Yeah, I don't. I mean, Insomniac is. The only thing I know about DC and Sony is that there is a new Batman game in development at Rocksteady, and Sony, apparently, if the rumors are to be believed, Sony's trying to money hat it or secure it as an exclusive. Or I guess at the very least have marketing rights to it. So I don't think there's any kind of Superman game in development. There might be another Injustice game in development at NetherRealm. Wow, Luna's actually getting so comfortable. She's I don't know what she's doing. Luna's being kind of weird. She did just have a bunch of catnip, so hey fellas, glad the stream just started. So actually, yeah, she's destroying Boss's bed. I will let you know, we did obviously finish discussing our topics. We were just kind of free flowing with some PS1 and Nintendo nostalgia. But we're gonna stream for like another 15 or so minutes. We're gonna go to the 4-hour mark. We'll just round it off at 4 hours. I do want to do like a last call, an early last call, I guess. We're sitting at 76 members. I'm gonna be doing reps at the end of the stream. If you guys want to add to that, if you want to push to get to the 100 member mark, feel free to do so. If you want to drop any more super chats, direct donations, any more fan funding, you'll have about 15 more minutes to do so before we wrap everything up here. I'll probably do the reps 5 minutes before we wrap it up, though. Round it off at 5. You good? Luna has this look on her face like, where am I? Who am I? Oh, you're going to be updating it, Gamer Survivor? Okay. Yeah. Going to make things worse. That's what you mean. Digital dude, that can't be real. You can't troll like that. You know what's weird? Honestly, that's such a specific person, though, that I almost wonder if you're not trolling. There's no way. No, he's messing with me. Another hour of BSing with MBG is a good time. Well, I think we did good today with the topics, right? I think we did a good job. I felt bad for yesterday's stream. I think a lot of you guys had a good time on yesterday's stream. I just felt bad about the fact that I came to the table with basically no topics. Digital, dude, you almost got me. I'm not gonna lie. It's just so like, why David Spade, man? like that's believable. That's very believable. I'm not gonna lie. Well, I'm glad, Dillo. You're saying you always have a good time. There was something I was gonna say, but I forgot what it was. Oh yeah, Digital dude, about that 20 bomb. Yeah, no, that is true, Dillo. That is true. Pushing Polygon says, MBG, I think it would be pretty fun to rap about old games with you, considering we're about 10 to 12 years apart in age. Just to hear your take on some. It's funny because, like, I don't think I read that as, like, literally rap. Like, we're going to rap. We're going to make songs. And I'm pretty sure that's not what you meant. Like, you meant just discuss. But it's funny that I read it that way. Like, yeah, me and Pushing Polygons, we're going to rap, bro. We're going to. Oh, God. Omen, you're looking forward to Little Nightmares 3 and Reanimal. It's nice playing those games between AAA greatness, like DS2 and Yote kind of games. I've heard really good things about Little Nightmares. Like, really good things. And Digital Dude 25, doing what he does best, coming in, dropping a single membership gift. He's like, it's my time to shine, boys. Oh, we're at 76. We got to get that to 100, and there's only one way we can start it. Digital Dude's gonna try to convince you guys. He'll probably do a better job than I can to get us to 100. That's what he does. But you know I appreciate your support, Digital Dude, even though you are the chaos. He is the chaos too frequently. He brings us to 77. Will we get one more single train going? Will we get one more single train going before this stream wraps up today? I should buy a games mastery box and open it live, or mystery box. That would be interesting. Yeah, I know that's a pretty common thing to do. I mean, the only problem with that is I feel like I would have to return it afterwards because I don't know. I'm trying to collect PS5 games and there is that part of me that's like, I could see myself trying to collect classic games, like maybe like classic PlayStation games like PS1, PS2. I don't want to do that. I can't, like, dude, I don't want to do that. That's too much. That's too much money. It's too much of a sink, man. It's too much of a sink. And Lady K comes in. Lady K coming in out of nowhere. See, Digital Dude's tactic worked. Drops another single member gift.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Bringing us up to 78 members on the day. Let's get some W's in the chat for Digital Dude 25 and Lady K. Trying to get a single member train going towards the end of the stream here. They have PS5 mystery boxes. Is there a specific place to go to buy these? Because you guys are talking about it as if there's some kind of like company or something that does this. Or, I mean, my assumption is you just kind of do it through like eBay. And Shems comes in. Shem's coming in literally out of nowhere. I didn't even know he was here. Dropping another single member gift, bringing us up to 79. Shems, thank you so much for that, buddy. Shems is like, we are keeping this single train going. W's in the chat for Shems. Shems, I'll give you a... Oh, can you buy them from Amazon? I might look into this. That would actually be really interesting. That would be a really interesting thing to do. Yeah, I'm going to have to look into it. Could open that live, maybe. And Lady K comes in and drops a 5-bomb on you guys. Shem says he's always here. Lady K dropping 5 more member gifts. Lady K wants to do it. Wants to get us to 100. And that brings us to 84. So, guys, it's within reach. It's within reach, man. Again, we come in with a goal of 25, and somehow we're sitting at 84. Thank you guys so much. And we have a $20 super chat from Digital Dude. And Lady K, I got to give you, well. That's for the 5-bomb, Lady K. Thank you so much. That Arnold one gets me every time. Lady K says, I'm on the road spending money. Spending money. Why did I just sound like Mr. Krabs? And Silent Spartan comes out of nowhere, bro. Silent Spartan dropping 20 more member gifts from the sky and just obliterating the goal of 100, dude. Silent Spartan returns. He returns. We need more Screaming Gopher. 20 Screaming Gophers for 20 members gifted. I'm just kidding. I'm not going to do it 20 times. But
Holy shit.
God damn, guys. You absolutely crushed it today. And we're not done. We're not done. Isley comes in with another single member gift. Isley's not done with the single train. Boom. I am going to have to do the extra reps. I'm going to have to do the extra reps. It's okay. I need the extra reps. I really do. Guys, thank you so much. I don't know why I sounded like Mr. Krabs. That was weird. I'm not going to skip you, Digital Dude. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, buddy. Digital Dude 25 with a $20 super chat. He says, come on, boys. Let's get this sob to 100 memberships today. Let's get this buff sob to 100 memberships. Let's get this roided out sob to 100 memberships. Thank you. Digital Dude, it worked. It worked. He's got the magic, bro. Digital Dude has the magic touch. He knows just what to say. That's so funny. Silent Spartan dropped that 20 right after that. Well, you did it. You got this buff, roided out sob. I should be buffer. I'm certainly not roided out. But you did it. We got to 100, guys. We're now sitting at 105 on the day. So this community should be very proud of itself. We have amazing people here. And I want to take this opportunity once again to let you know if you got gifted a membership, or if you're somebody who's like watching later and you just found out you got gifted a membership, go check out the members content. We did a members lounge yesterday. It was a deep one. Talked all about the astral realm. That's right. We go there. We go there in the members lounge. And if you're not interested in that, we have members gameplay of Astrobot that we did where I did the mastery level. It was a good time. Go check that out too. And Silent Spartan drops in with a $10 super chat as well. And he says, MBG, did you beat Death Stranding 2 yet? I'm curious. What are your thoughts on what your thoughts on the ending will be? It hit me in a way that a video game never has and is probably going to be my game of the generation. I cried hard. It's good. God damn. Bro, see, now You know what? I was this close to booting up Death Stranding 2 for like an hour this morning before I did my stream, in between making my video and doing my stream. And what stopped me was I was like, and this should answer your question, Silent Spartan. I have 3 more chapters to go. It says I'm 90% complete. I'm on chapter 12. Or no, 13. Yeah, I'm on chapter 13 now. So I have 3 more to go. And I have a feeling that these last 3 chapters are like, this is it. They're going to happen in rapid succession. And it's going to be, this is wrapping up the game. And people have been talking to me about the ending, not spoiling anything, but kind of saying what you're saying here, Silent Spartan. Although I will say, what you just said fascinates me because there have been moments in this game that have made me somewhat emotional. Nothing has really like hit though. I mean, like hit hard. But certainly moments where I'm like, feeling that, I don't know if welling up is the right word, but just like, man, this is, no, actually I lied. There was one moment that did make me shed a tear or a couple of tears. I think it was chapter 6. I don't want to spoil anything for anybody, but I guess what I'm trying to say is like, since I'm on chapter 13 and I'm very close to the ending, I've been seeing different reactions from people who have beaten it already. And pretty much everybody has said that it's a wild ride. And I don't know. I'm interested to see how this game impacts me emotionally because every Metal Gear Solid game I've played, wow, that's crazy. The last hour is simultaneously hilarious and heartbreaking. That's a crazy combo, dude. You're like laughing and crying at this. You're doing the Pedro Pascal meme or GIF. He's laughing and crying. I mean, every Metal Gear Solid game I've played and completed, those games, every time it's when the credits roll, like I'm like at peak emotion, and then the credits roll, and Kojima knows just what track to play, and it's just like, dude, I can't. This is holy shit, and yeah, I'll have. Well, here's what I'll tell you, Silent Spartan. I'm gonna be completing the game probably over the weekend. And we're gonna be doing a spoiler cast next week. I'm eager to do this spoiler cast. I know a lot of you guys who've beaten it already are eager to do it, so we'll be doing a spoiler cast next week. And I would like to hopefully do some Death Stranding gameplay as well for members. Maybe after that spoiler cast. But yeah, dude, that's crazy. You're saying you cried hard, and it's your game of the generation. Damn. Right now, I'm 48 hours in the game. So I'm just on the cusp of hitting 50. I mean, I'm trying to remember the last time I cried hard at a game. I don't know, dude. I mean, I initially think of The Last of Us and the intro of that game and how that's just like, holy shit. Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to find out, Silent Spartan. I'm going to find out, bro. That's impressive, though. I got to say, that's impressive. Kojima managed to make this man cry hard and make this game his game of the generation. He's straight up saying he's never had an emotional reaction like that to a game. Oh, shit. Yo, all right. I'm going to have to be prepared then, because this sounds intense. I'm going to shut the door, close the curtains, put the headphones on. Actually, that sounds ideal. We're talking about the ending of Death Stranding. No spoilers, but Silent Spartan saying that this is his game of the gen. This game hit him emotionally. The ending. I'm curious. I will say this. Slight spoilers for Death Stranding 1. Slight spoilers. The ending of Death Stranding 1 did make me cry a little bit. It didn't make me cry hard, but it definitely hit me. Specifically the end when Lou is out of the pod and you're going on your last delivery, and then the theme song starts playing, and I'm like, all right, man, just you got to push through. You came this far, and it was a I mean, that's one thing that Kojima's always been very good at, is he knows how to hit those notes perfectly. At certain points in the game, especially towards the end, he knows how to bring it all together. And God, I'm so curious. I don't know. I might beat it today. Screw it. When the stream's done, I might just say screw it. I'm just gonna sit down. I don't care how long it takes. It takes an hour, 4 hours, however long need be. And I'm sorry, Digital Dude, I missed your $2 super chat. You're saying here, I am Silent Spartan MBG. That's my other account. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure. Digital Dude, I'm sure you're the same guy talking about Alien Dome yesterday in the chat. Same dude coming out here being like, yo, Death Stranding, the ending, it's hitting me emotionally. It's making me, oh yeah, dude, God of War Ragnarok, the beginning with Fenrir. Yeah, I forgot about that. That was really sad. That was really, really sad. Good stuff, though, guys. Once again, thank you so much for all the support. You guys are incredible, honestly. I'm very thankful for the audience and the community we have here. You know, I want to do a better job with the streams going forward. Hopefully, I think we did good today. You guys will have to evaluate me. But I want to do a better job at making sure we have, you know, more topics, discussing them. I want to say more in depth. We definitely discuss our topics in depth, but just having a better flow, you know, a better cadence to the topics and the discussions. And, you know, I don't say less chaos. We need a little bit of chaos, but that's my goal. My goal is to hopefully improve the streams overall. And I think that we have a lot of potential for growth. I think it's been a little bit on the slower side lately. But obviously, you know, that's normal as we go throughout summer. But I think we have the potential for a lot of growth here on the channel. We have a lot of really good people, and I'm going to be leaning into that. I'm going to be leaning into that. I'm going to be leaning into what we have here, and I think we can go further. I do. Not just for the sake of it either, but because I think that there's a lot of people who I don't know, maybe I'm out of pocket, but it's like, I think that there are a lot of people out there that would actually really enjoy this community and really enjoy these discussions. And I don't think they're aware that this exists. You know, I don't think that they're aware, because not to bring it up, but it's just, if there's one thing I've learned in the last couple of years, is that I've stumbled across a lot of different comments from people where, like, they've heard about the channel, or they've heard about our streams, or they've maybe even come across certain clips or whatever, and they just don't know. And that always makes me feel kind of bad, because it's like, man, I hope one day you reconsider, because we got some good people here, man. I think it's nice. I don't know. Maybe, I mean, I'm biased, obviously, but anyway, we did cross the 4-hour mark, so we actually went a little bit over. I think what we're going to do now is get those reps. Although I don't know. Let me see. I have two options here. I can play a song, probably like a Metal Gear theme or something. I can do that. That's always an option that won't get copyrighted. Or I could just pick out a song that will get copyrighted, and it's fine. I'll just have to cut the segment out for the VOD. Who wants to bet Blade will get canceled and the studio will get gutted? I hope not. Blade is actually one of the only Microsoft games I'm like actually really looking forward to. That would be devastating if they did that. I hope not. Although I think the game is still years away. There was a report that apparently it only entered full production at the end of 2024. So that would mean it's only been in full production for about 6 or 7 months. play a Hulk Hogan song. What's the song that he plays at his farewell concert? I mean, I'm not a big Hulk Hogan fan, but I know a lot of you guys here seemingly are. I don't know if you're fans or not, but clearly there are people here who are upset about his passing. Or I'm a Real American. Is it just called Real American, or I'm a Real American? I'll see if I can find it. Hold on. Real American. Let's see. Dude, Hulk Hogan booed off stage. Come on. Oh man. Okay. Does he sing this song? All right. I guess we could do this. I mean, Hulk Hogan passed away. You know, we'll play this song. I think I missed a super chat though. Hold on. Oh yeah, Armani. I'm sorry, buddy. Armani with a super chat, $5 super chat says, "I'm not going to be mad if Rise of Hydra doesn't show, but it will show most likely at Gamescom, I hope." I was going to say, bro, we didn't get our daily Pepsi Coleman Rise of Hydra, update. I know, yeah, for some reason I knew that. I knew that Kiefer Sutherland makes music. Armani, thank you for the super chat, man, and we'll find out. I want to point this out too really quick before we do the reps. The most random collaboration music-wise that I've ever encountered, and I'm certain that I would be shocked if anybody here actually knows about this, is between Viggo Mortensen, who plays Aragorn in the Lord of the Rings movies. He's a famous actor. He's in The Road. Great actor, one of my favorite. He collaborated with Buckethead. And I think he did like 2 or 3 albums with them. Just making music. I'm not kidding you when I say that is the most random collaboration I could have ever thought of. Like it's crazy. It's crazy. So anyway, it's by Rick Derringer. It's from the first Rambo movie. Well, I've never played this song on stream before. I do need to give a little warning. That if I am ever doing reps at the end of a stream and the stream just stops, like it just ends, it means it got blocked. And that's happened before. It should give me a warning before it happens, but sometimes I miss it. So I'm just putting that out there now where, as I'm kind of experimenting with playing different songs and stuff, if that ever happens, then that'll be it. The reps get cut off halfway. So, all right. It's time to get the reps in. Luna's going to join me here.
And so, my fellow Americans, ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country.
Ooh. Time to rip my shirt off. Damn, bro. Well, rest in peace, Hulk Hogan. Man. First Ozzy. Now Hulk Hogan. Omen says I'm not even American, and Hulk gets me fired up. Hulkamaniac. Yeah, he's had some controversies and some issues, but can't deny. And I say this as somebody I can't even say I'm a big fan of Hulk Hogan. It's just, he's had a profound impact, Certainly. Well, there you go. Getting reps in. Pretty much, God, man. You guys are going to get me, really, you're going to get me in shape because you're basically making me do reps at the end of every stream and still got a regular workout to do, but especially in the 80s and 90s, absolutely. Ghetto God says, I got $5 towards a new shirt for MBG if he rips it like the Hulk. If I was wearing the shirt I was wearing yesterday, maybe. But this one, it's too nice. It's too nice. One of your childhood idols. Yeah, I think that could be said for a lot of people. I'm going to try to take care of myself as best I can, Shems. Now you can play Mr. T, Treat Your Mother Right song. Oh, man. I don't think I've ever heard that one. But, guys, I'm going to end the poll here. I put out this poll. Would you buy a new PlayStation handheld that plays PS5 games natively? We got 507 votes. And 55% of you said yes, you would. 26% of you said no, you wouldn't. And 17% are saying maybe. So I'm not surprised that most of you would buy one. But we'll see. I'll continue to keep you guys updated with anything we learn. All right. Well, that concludes today's stream, guys. I'm going to wrap it up here. The only thing I want to ask you to do as you're heading out is, if you haven't, just take a moment before you leave and hit that like button. We did hit over 150 likes, so thank you guys so much for that. But I want to make sure to extend a very big thank you to everybody who tuned in today and watched the stream. If you watched live, thank you so much for that. If you're watching later, I still appreciate it. I know not everybody can catch the streams live. And I do also have to let everybody know that timestamps are either not going to go up today for this stream, or they're going to be late. Devil Shooter did let me know. He's got a couple things going on. So he did warn me about that. And if we stream again tomorrow, the same might apply to tomorrow. But he'll be back, hopefully. You know, everything's hopefully good on his end. So no worries there. And I want to say thank you so much for the direct support. Guys, we are totally fan-funded. We don't do sponsorships, none of that. We don't have to do it. That's because we have an amazing community. We hit 105 members today. Incredible numbers. And to everybody who dropped a member gift, to anybody who dropped a super chat or a direct donation, thank you so, so much. We can only do what we do here because you make it possible. You guys are the GOATs. Certainly. You guys are the GOATs. And yeah, that pretty much does it. Still give a thank you to Devil Shooter for always doing the timestamps. If you guys see him later on with the timestamps, or maybe on Sunday when he's able to come back, make sure you show him some thanks. Give him some love. Omen's like, now go get that Switch too. Well, Omen, I don't know. I don't know about that Switch 2 yet, Omen. I don't know if it's time yet. Not yet. Luna, what's up with you? Luna's been chilling. She's getting comfortable. Whoa, 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 whoa. I'm just trying to pet you. Silent Spartan says, go beat Death Stranding 2. Yeah, definitely going to make that happen. We'll see. I'll probably be back tomorrow with another stream. I'm either going to beat it tonight or by Sunday for sure. I'll have it completed. Shem says, get that Portal. I would like to get a PlayStation Portal. Yeah, that's next up. That'll be coming sooner rather than later. But all right, guys, thank you so much again for hanging out with me. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day, evening, or night. I did put out a news video earlier, so if you missed some of the topics, you can go check that video out. And again, if you remember, go check out the members lawns we did yesterday. And we should be back here tomorrow with more content. All right, so that's it. I'll catch you guys in the next one. Until then, take care, everyone.